We are a peaceful people. Struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble. Just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, 'cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, the time on night. Though we may criticize it, this is our home, we love it, and we need to keep it. We have that right. So we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. So we ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. We are a peaceful people. Struggle is we struggle, and we don't look for trouble. Just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one caress, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came.
Speaker.
Thank you, members. Let's be seated. And let us now invite the Honorable Leader of the Opposition, the Honorable Aubrey Norton, to make his contribution.
Mr. Speaker, permit me first of all to congratulate our members of parliament on this side of the house. They have done an incredible job of critiquing this budget. They've also made significant proposals that should the government listen and become responsive, we should have a better budget. Mr. Speaker, it will be remiss of me if I do not respond to some of the things I heard here. For instance, the Honorable Member Gail Teixeira suggested in 1992, when they came to power, there were no proper houses, but I can recall seeing her in South Rheinfeldt in the 1980s. And those were complete housing schemes, not house lots. So she must know that it is totally untrue that Guyanese in that era lived in what she described. Mr. Speaker, we have a proud record of not giving house lots, but putting people in houses in communities. I can call from South Rheinfeldt, even Amelia's ward that the Vice President claimed he built. Vrymanzervin, Vryslus, we can name a whole plethora of housing schemes that were built in our time in government. Mr. Speaker, I listened to my friend, the Prime Minister, and an old quotation came back to me that says, the only thing worse than a liar is a liar that is also a hypocrite. Mr. Speaker, had I not known the Prime Minister personally, and know the fact that we came from the same community, I would have felt he was misled by his colleagues. But something is wrong with him. Did you recall him saying that there was a state-of-the-art hospital in Linden, and he went in that hospital as a child? He stopped being a child in 1982. The PPP came to power in 1992. What the Prime Minister did is to establish that there was a quality hospital in Linden long before the People's Progressive Party. Mr. Speaker, I believe members of Parliament should try and stick to the truth. I heard the Honorable Member Gail Teixeira talking about the growth rate in 1992. And then the Honorable Prime Minister quoted part of the McIntyre report, but he didn't deal with the part which suggested that the ERP had turned around the economy in Guyana. And when they came to power, there was 7% growth. The Honorable Member Ashni Kumar Singh will know that. I mean, he didn't inherit it, but he should know. Mr. Speaker, there are a number of things that worry me in this place. And the first seems to be we cannot use history for positive purposes. But since you don't want to, let me help you to. The Honorable Attorney General seems to want free and fair elections, which we have no problem with. But the best way to guarantee that in 2025 is to give us biometrics and a clean voters list. How do you come here, Mr. Speaker? How do you come here, Mr. Speaker, and argue that you want elections that are credible, but outside you're fighting biometrics and a clean voters list, which are two essential ingredients to have free and fair elections? I believe it's just Mautar. Mr. Speaker, this nation must be saying, thank God, this is the government's last budget. This budget puts wealth in the hands of the few, the PPP elites, families, friends, and favorites. And I don't like getting personal, but the Prime Minister must remember, if he's looking at his family, as he claims, he has a family that is living in terrible conditions in Linden. I won't say it's so, but he has a family that is living in terrible condition in Linden that he should have dealt with. I don't want to get too personal, but continue to be factual. This budget gives little or nothing to the small man. It is self-contradictory. The numbers are fudged. It hides the reality behind the use of percentages rather than actual figures. It is a slush fund and a recipe for waste and illegal enrichment. There is the poor allocation of resources, especially the over-focus on infrastructure at the expense of the development of our human resources and the working people of Guyana. More importantly, it is not guided by a well-thought-out vision. It is the lumping together of projects that do not constitute a national plan. Mr. Speaker, the next coalition government will reallocate the resources in a way to ensure its effective and efficient use. I want to remind you, in 2015, you were saying you're going to be over there till Jesus comes. And we got right over there. I want to remind you that it is the people that determine, and the people out there are fed up with this government. Mr. Speaker, we will put the people of the Guyana at the center of development in keeping with our people-centered development strategy. Mr. Speaker, we are cognizant that this cannot be done by the honorable members on the other side of the House, since their actions are guided by their Christian and surname, which are Cor and Ruption, respectively. Mr. Speaker, this Cor and Ruption family is destroying Guyana. You're slow, man, you're slow. Mr. Speaker, if you listen to those on the other side of the House, you will believe that the PPP existence in government began in 2020. They are eager to forget their failures. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, they compare 5 years of coalition government with 27 years of PPP mismanagement, discrimination, victimization, and the illegal accumulation of wealth by the PPP regime. Mr. Speaker, there's a lot of talk about what we inherited in 2015, and some of them speak as if growth was glorious. Let me remind you. In 2013, the economy grew by 3.7%. In 2014, the economy under the PPP grew by 3.9%. It declined to 0.7% in 2015. What that means is that we took over an economy in trouble. Growth under the PPP was extremely low. When we left office, Ashley, Honorable Member Ashley, tell them figures don't lie. Listen to the figures. When we left office, we were able to stabilize the economy. And the growth rate for 2019 was 5.4% without oil, higher than the PPP in the last 5 years. It was the coalition government that stabilized the failing economy it inherited. Mr. Speaker, figures do not lie. In 2020, oil resources began to flow, and therefore there are adequate resources for development. It is critical, therefore, that significant attention be paid to the non-oil sector, since it is the non-oil sector that is the future of Guyana and should be developed in a structured way. Mr. Speaker, if one accepts that the non-oil sector is an important gauge of how the economy is performing, then one would have expected significant growth in the non-oil sector. Unfortunately, this is not the case. Growth is very marginal amidst failure. The government seeks to obfuscate this reality by using percentages and hiding the role of the oil sector in producing the so-called growth in the non-sector oil. Mr. Speaker, the Minister with responsibility for finance states that oil supply will surpass demand in 2025, leading to a 10.5 drop in oil prices, just to around $71 per barrel. Such a decline in oil has serious consequences for GDP growth in Guyana, since he noted that 2025 growth is expected to slow to 10.6%, from 43.6% in 2024. Mr. Speaker, this decline should have signaled the government that to spend 95% of the income in the National Resource Fund is criminal, dangerous, and may have already placed us at risk due to the overdependence on oil and the lack of significant improvement in the non-oil sector. I turn to the non-oil sector. Sugar. You're accustomed for your tail being dealt with. Non-oil sector. Sugar. Key among the failures in the non-oil sector is sugar. Sugar is in rapid decline. It is minus 21.8% in 2024. And like the minister's figures suggest, it is a drain on the economy. This drain is a result of government's incompetence, among other things. The minister himself said, and I quote, "The average world price of sugar declined by 13.1% to US $0.45 in 2023. The minister understands that under the PPP, sugar has been in steady decline. But he hurdles to suggest that it will grow by 115% in 2025. This is wishful thinking and zombie economics. This makes no sense and must be a political joke leading up to general and regional elections. Mr. Speaker, the declining prices in the world market, incompetence and mismanagement of the industry's resources, there's a clear sign that the economics of sugar is getting worse. No child will buy the minister's laughable pronouncement on the sugar industry. The sugar industry cannot increase production by 115%. It is impossible. Mr. Speaker, as the next government, we will increase sugar production. We will manage Gaisuko effectively. We will diversify Gaisuko, restore it to sustainability, and ensure the workers receive a livable income and obtain the concomitant training. Mr. Speaker, we have developed a clear path for a successful Gaisuko by diversifying the agricultural product, appointing competent managers, I want to repeat this. I want to repeat this. Appointing competent managers, not appointing them, and when they prove incompetent, you make them ambassador. Upgrading the skills of the existing workforce and creating alternative employment for people in the sugar belt as we right-size Gaisuku. Gold. History reveals that when gold price rises, production increases. The minister said that gold prices increased by 22.9%, but yet the sector only grew by 0.5%, which the minister unfortunately or deliberately described as record growth. This should have been a worrying sign for the minister, since gold price was high and the actors in the gold sector were not incentivized to increase gold production. That is the issue. The next coalition government will engage the gold miners with the aim of including them in decision making and incentivizing them to increase production. Stone, sand, and construction. I have to reveal some of your tricks here, Minister. While stone declarations and sand extraction are estimated to grow by 80.4% and 48.5% respectively, this is clearly not driven by policies and programs developed by this government. It is driven by demand for construction activity linked to the development of the oil sector. The minister estimates that construction has grown by 30.8% in 2024. Mr. Speaker, what he did not say, if you listen, you will recognize it's not the housing program. You'll take lessons. Hold on. What he did not say was that these developments are a result of construction that is linked to the oil economy, not housing. This clearly should have not been categorized as non-oil development, since it is a function of development in the oil sector. Mr. Speaker, did he listen to you talking garbage? Did he listen? They were listening to you and calling savants. Mr. Speaker, had the minister done this decent thing and removed oil-related construction from the non-oil sector figures, economic growth in the non-oil sector would have fallen to single digits. Having included oil-related construction activity, the growth in the non-oil sector is inflated. He is a master of hiding the reality under fancy language, misuse percentages, and concealment in categories that they should have not been included in. The manufacturing sector. Mr. Speaker, again we see the attempt to conceal the reality vis-a-vis manufacturing. The minister contends that the manufacturing sector grew by 3.5% in 2024, with other manufacturing helping with an increase of 15.7%. When one looks beneath the surface, it is clear that this growth, and I quote the minister, was driven primarily by an expansion in the production of non-metallic products and fabricated metal, unquote. I hope that answers you, Edge. Since there is no other sector of the economy that needed such fabricated metals, it is clear that they were destined for the oil sector and therefore is only used to inflate the non-oil sector percentage in manufacturing. He himself acknowledged, Mr. Speaker, that, and I quote, a significant expansion in fabricating services amidst fabrication workshop being progressed in 2024 at Vidin Hoop Shore Base. So he told you where it is going. So don't tell us it's going to house construction. Mr. Speaker, this is a clear indication that these developments are not in the true sense non-oil sector development, but oil sector dependent development, which in the long term will not contribute directly to the development of the non-oil sector. The reality is the figures in the non-oil sector were fudged so that they could appear great. Mr. Speaker, the minister can fool himself, but the reality will face us as Guyanese. The reality will face us as Guyanese if we do not change course and ensure that we develop a non-oil sector that is independent of the oil sector to guarantee sustainable economic development into the future. That is the task. Mr. Speaker, as the next government, we will produce a non-oil sector development plan to ensure the development of a viable and sustainable non-oil sector that is not oil dependent. Mr. Speaker, agriculture, manufacturing, and new industries will be the base of the emergent new oil economy under the next government. I turn to agro-processing. Mr. Speaker, the minister in his budget commits the common sin of the PPP regime. He said that there were many achievements in agro-processing in the last 4 years. In this regard, he pointed out that 15 agro-processing facilities were established in 4 years, benefiting 104 agro-processors. 2, his own words, 1 packaging facility and 9 solar drying facilities were constructed and operationalized, while 190 farmers and agro-processors were trained. 3, 12 Guyana shop spaces to be added to create 93 such spaces across the country. And 4, Guyana 527.4 million was expended in 2024, and a further 800 million in budget is budgeted for 2025. Mr. Speaker, we welcome and will promote investment in agro-processing and will support agro-processing. We believe it's important for Guyana. Interestingly, however, Mr. Speaker, the minister does not tell us what are the products produced in the agro-processing sector. He does not tell us how many products were produced and their contribution to non-oil development. The minister failed to tell us what is the total value of those products produced in the agro-processing industry. We do not even know what amounts are sold to the Guyana shop that he speaks about and other institutions, and if they were exports. How much was exported and how much has been consumed locally? Mr. Speaker, the answer to these questions is the only way we will be able to judge the effectiveness of the program and its contribution to the non-oil sector. This budget tells us nothing, absolutely nothing about its contribution to the non-oil sector. The minister, in a response, should answer these questions so that we can judge whether there is value for money allocated to agro-processing. For now, he is just throwing around projects and expenditure without telling us about output. Mr. Speaker, as the next government, we will invest far more resources in agro-processing and develop the mechanisms to assess its effectiveness as it relates to value for money. We believe, Mr. Speaker, that the expansion and development of agro-processing is critical to the development of the non-oil sector. Mr. Speaker, the major problem here is that billions are being spent with no means of reporting on the returns from these investments. Any proper economist will know that it is necessary to analyze the data to be able to determine if the nation's resources are being properly utilized. No such analysis is undertaken. The PPP has a history of investments that waste taxpayers' money. Be it the Skeldon Sugar Factory, the fiber optic cable, the poor infrastructure construction and the regular waste of taxpayers' money in projects like a more packaging plant that does not contribute to the development of Guyana. Mr. Speaker, there is no evidence in the budget of significant improvement in the non-oil sector, and this is worrying. The reality is the government sought to conceal the truth by not providing the relevant data and using oil-dependent activities to appear to have had significant improvement in the non-oil sector. The government is hallucinating. The non-oil sector is not performing in a way that Guyanese can feel that the process of diversifying the Guyana economy is making progress. Mr. Speaker, I turn to power generation. Power generation is important for the advancement of Guyana, but it is laughable that minister offers to, quote, remove VAT on electricity generators, which will cost the government $200 million annually. Clearly, Mr. Speaker, this is signaling that the government will not be able to solve the electricity crisis by fixing power generation. That is what is manifest. After 2 power boats and significant financial investments, blackout is still the order of the day. Last night, I was in Easter Penitence and there was blackout. You could try to conceal this by talking how much money you spend. If you spend, you see, that is why you're nonsensical. I could have gone there after Parliament. It happens when you have an infinitesimal brain. Mr. Speaker, I have many times said that the figures produced in these budgets are questionable. In the estimates, the government places its indicators as they read. I want you to listen to this, you and the Prime Minister. In the estimates, the government places its indicators as they relate to power generation. It states, and I quote, that the proportion of population with reliable access to electricity was 99% in 2024, unquote, and will be 99% in 2025. If that is true, why then there is need for VAT to be removed on generators? It further states that the proportion of hinterland population with reliable access to electricity was 93% in 2024 and will be 99% in 2025. You're not only joking, you are dreaming. But in the same breath, you state only 93% of the hinterland population has reliable access to electricity, and even that is inflated. Guyanese do not have access to reliable electricity unless you're from the elite on the government side and you have generators and other backup mechanisms. The stark reality of Guyana is that there is little or no access to reliable electricity. If those school children be here, they'll laugh at y'all again. This is just another indication of the self-contradictory nature of the budget and its estimates and the use of data that are plugged from the skies. Mr. Speaker, every Guyanese knows that 99% of the people do not have access to reliable electricity. They know they are affected by blackouts. And no fudging of the numbers can change that. Or else last night when Honorable Member Indadi talking, he would have changed it and get current. In addition to that, Mr. Speaker, again it states in its indicators that the installed capacity of renewable energy, solar, hydro, and wind for off-the-grid areas in 2024 is 6.7% and will be 5.4%. This signals that there cannot be 99% of the Guyanese people accessing reliable electricity. It is important to note here that places like in the Pomeroon River, except for government buildings, the people have no access to reliable electricity. I have traveled the entire Pomeroon River, and the most you have is some government buildings that have. So I come to make the next point. You could call out how much generator, how much kilowatts. The reality is that there is no such. You, Mr. Prime Minister, hold a minute. You are contending that 99%, and hear you in your words, unserved areas will get electricity this year. How on earth? Which are the unserved areas? The 1%? You can find places close to Georgetown that do not have electricity. So cut this nonsense out. Mr. Speaker, the minister said that he intends to strike an appropriate balance between short-term imperatives and long-term consideration. The present approach of the government is a clear indication that their sole focus is in spending out the money as fast as they could. Or could it be, Mr. Speaker, that they expect to be removed from government and are seeking to give the next government basket to fetch water? He cannot be talking about short and long-term balance when they change the law to be able to take out 95% of the revenue accrued from oil. This approach suggests that all that matters are short-term imperatives. At the current rate of depletion of funds from oil, there are little or no savings. There is little or no money to invest, and little or no money to cushion the ill effects of a decline in oil prices, which the minister himself states will decline to US $71 a barrel. Clearly, poor management. This is more serious when it is recognized that there is not concerted effort to develop the non-oil sector. With the present government approach, it will be years before significant funds will be available to invest so that we have funds to stabilize the economy and ensure prosperity for future generations. You on that side of the house are destroying the future of this nation. You are spending money as if it is yours. You are spending money without a proper plan. And we know you don't have a proper plan, because one time the president came right here and declared we will get $200,000 instantaneously. I know some people like my friend Kwame know what I mean. It mean right away. And then another government official comes and says, "Ma, you know, I gotta wake you up, go back to sleep." Another government official comes and says it is going to take 5 months. They have no plan. Mr. Speaker, in the oil sector, as the next government, we will change the law to ensure oil resources are not plundered and misused, and that those resources are effectively managed and invested to transform the non-oil sector while ensuring we have funds saved for future generations and for bad times when oil price is low, as is now imminent. Mr. Speaker, we have made it very clear that we intend to engage ExxonMobil in keeping with Article 32(1) of the PSA to make changes with the aim of putting more resources in the hands of the people of Guyana. This budget does not put sufficient money in the hands of the people. It is our intention that our people should be the main beneficiaries of our oil resources. And I want to say to the Honorable Minister of Natural Resources, if it is one thing historically that the PNC was good at and continues to be good at, is an understanding of the English language and good choice of words to convey what we mean. We never at any stage said anything about renegotiation. All we did is promise that the people of Ghana will get more from oil. The poultry industry. Mr. Speaker, I am happy that it is stated in this budget there has been increased production of soya and corn. I say it's good. It's not a function of you. Why you are yes? Mr. Speaker, this measure could contribute significantly to the development of the poultry industry. Here was you now. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, the majority of the poultry farmers is small operators and experiencing significant losses. Many of them have already been decimated by the inclusion body hepatitis. Honorable Member Jordan gave a full account of the problems small poultry farmers face. The government should come to their assistance to help them to surmount the challenges they are facing. High cost of living. Mr. Speaker, the government is denying the existence of the high cost of living. And if I'm lying, you can say you're not. And as a consequence, there are no measures in this budget, little or no measures in this budget, to reduce the high cost of living. It was interesting as I watched the students in the parliament, when they were here, when Honorable Member Jordan was speaking, they were nodding their head in approval, as Mr. Viceroy Jordan outlined the prices for goods in Guyana, especially food. And it's not linked to them alone. Today, this is what was posted from Kako. Chicken, 900 to 1,000 a pound. Beef, $1,500 per pound. Eggs, $360 a tray. Fish, $1,200 to $1,500 per pound. Rice, sugar, flour, $450 a pound. Milk, $1,500. Oil, $1,500 per bottle. Gas for the engine and so $3,000 a gallon. Tomato, cabbages, etc. $1,000 per pound. Banana, $350 a pound. Packaged farine, $1,000. Cassava bread, $1,500 to $200. Mr. Speaker, that is the people who feel it speaking. Mr. Speaker, these people live it, so they know it. The government on the other side of this house, knows of living, but it's out of touch with the cost and reality. You are out of touch with the cost and reality. Mr. Speaker, I wish to remind this House that we previously offered measures to reduce the high cost of living. For example, we recommended the waiver of electricity charges for low-income individuals, the waiver of water charges for low-income individuals, grant to small farmers to increase production, immediate 35% salary increase for all public servants, the writing off of UG students' loan, and to give $50,000 per month to every student at the tertiary level, and the development of agriculture in every region to boost food production inter alia. We cannot be mouthing. Mr. Speaker, We cannot be mouthing food security when there are still many people and regions in Guyana that are not food secure. And I want to talk to the Honorable Minister of Agriculture, who went back to the things we banned. He had the year wrong. He said 1966. We restricted items in 1970, and we are proud of it. We were importing saltfish. When saltfish could be made by taking fish, salt, and sun. May I say this to you? May I say this to you? May I say this to you? The people who sell saltfish, the people who sell saltfish at Luziknan, at Annandale, all of them are happy that we restricted saltfish so that a saltfish sector could have developed in Guyana and the people of Guyana benefit from it regardless of race. So don't tell us about food security. Don't tell us about food security. Your food on your table is secure, but not for the average man. Mr. Speaker, this budget does not have a social net to protect the poor and vulnerable. It does not even have protection for our children. Mr. Speaker, when we were in government, Mr. Speaker, I want Honorable Ramson to listen to this. When we were in government, we promoted early childhood development for our children. In this regard, Minister Singh stated in the budget that the government has completed 2 early childhood development centers in 5 years, one at Rose Hall and one at Bartica. Glad to hear that. Let's compare. This government should be ashamed that without oil money, they could only develop 2 such centers in comparison to the APNU-AFC coalition that developed 6 such centers in Suddy, Dartmouth, Anna Katrina, Linden, Ansgrove, and Ithaca. Those are facts.
Correct. Without oil.
We did it without oil money. Some of the money that are going to waste in infrastructure could have been better spent to give our children a good start through more early childhood development centers, which will result in better for the children. As part of our people-centered development strategy, we will focus on early childhood development. Youth. Mr. Speaker, our youth is probably the most important human resource in our country. In government between 2015 and 2020, this National Assembly adopted our national youth policy, which placed significant focus on the development of youth, especially educational development, entrepreneurial development, leadership skills development, and ensuring that the child is nurtured from childhood to youth in a structured way. Youth development is not going with your head in the air at the ground and lording over people. It is about doing the things that are necessary for the development of youth. We will revisit our youth policy, since the government has none. Update it and provide our youth with a clear pathway to development, especially in reducing their contact and conflict with the law and promoting their economic, political, and social empowerment. We will structure youth development programs to ensure we produce a society that is law-abiding and end the lawlessness that has characterized our youth over the years under this PPP regime. It is our youth that will have to be in the forefront of those changes. Mr. Speaker, we will put more resources into the National Insurance Scheme to improve its ability to offer benefits and social protection to the people of Guyana. Mr. Speaker, our social sector is badly managed. Its benefits are at the whims and fancies and caprices of the minister. As the next government, we will put in place objective criteria for people to access social service benefit. People should know and be able to predict their entitlement. Not turn up for the minister, now you can't get it, you can get it, you can't get it, you can get it. You don't run countries like that. Objective criteria. Mr. Speaker, as I am on NIS, the minister should tell this House how much money has accrued to NIS as a result of the 60,000 jobs you claim to have created. If you created those jobs, then NIS should have reflected an increase. Mr. Speaker, NIS is not experiencing an increase of revenue as a result of its so-called job creation. Or is it that most of these are temporary jobs, if they exist at all? Or is it that these workers and employers do not pay NIS? I await this information from Minister Ashley Singh, the minister with responsibility for finance and sometimes platitudes. Mr. Speaker, this budget has a lot of piecemeal measures that purport to bring relief to the people of Guyana. 100,000 a baby born, another 100, and it's all over the place. Mr. Speaker, a lot of them will put resources in the hands of the wealthy, the owners of businesses. If this government genuinely wants to help the people of Guyana with the high cost of living crisis, it could have reduced VAT to 10% or 12%. Had it reduced it to 10 or 12%, it would have put 34 billion or 17 billion directly in the pocket of the Guyanese, which is far larger than the 9 billion in the budget for direct cost of living mitigation. Mr. Speaker, every person that goes to the shop pays VAT on virtually everything. And therefore, the best way to give them back money is to reduce. This will benefit and impact positively the average Guyanese in a direct way. It is sad that the government seems hell-bent on collecting large income from tax from the small man who pays PAYE rather than reducing VAT to bring direct relief to the people of Guyana. I urge you, Minister Ashley Singh, reconsider and bring it down to either 12 or 10. The people of Guyana will be grateful. As the next government, we will adjust VAT as is appropriate to bring direct relief to the people of Guyana. I turn to cash grants. Mr. Speaker, this government has been pressured by the opposition into delivering a cash grant program to the people of Guyana. And and I can substantiate it. When we first talked about cash grant, Vice President Barra Jagdo said it will fuel inflation. President Ali said the same thing. But as we continue to campaign, and it became efficacious among Guyanese, you are compelled to give a cash grant. Mr. Speaker, the handling of the cash grant by the government is a manifestation of its incompetence, their love for illegalities, and the desire to dominate and control the people of Guyana. What is worse, the cash grant as presently structured cannot take people out of poverty. As the next government, our cash transfer policies and programs will be aimed at ensuring all Guyanese receive a livable income and to increase their ability to plan, purchase, save, and invest. Cash grant as you structure it cannot do that. Today you have it, tomorrow you don't. If Kwame feel like telling them give one, he come and say, get them. It has to be structured.
I'll give them for something.
Mr. Speaker, we aim to give households no less than 100,000 in cash and other benefits per year. You are the patient. Housing. Mr. Speaker, the government has failed to recognize several realities in the housing sector. This is so because the government dislikes two critical things. The first is data, and the second is planning. It is obvious to anyone looking to rent in Georgetown that there has been a sharp increase in the typical rent in the city and its surrounding neighborhoods. Whereas only a few years ago, a one-bedroom apartment could be found for $35,000. Now many rent for no less than $100,000. This is testament to the demand for housing as well as a persistent shortage of supply. Many hard-working Guyanese families who cannot afford this rent have been displaced. If incomes were rising as quickly as rent, no one will be complaining that rent has begun to resemble developed countries' rates. For several years, the PP has neglected to carry out and publish the Guyana Labor Force Survey that could have tracked wage growth, which would have highlighted wage stagnation relative to rent prices. It would have been clear to the government that much more aggressive actions need to be taken to address this housing crisis. Mr. Speaker, this government does not like data. It likes guesswork. So rent prices have been allowed to grow and grow while income growth has withered. Further, Mr. Speaker, the consequence of this income stagnation is that many Guyanese cannot afford to build on their existing house lots when they do have them. And as we know, the waiting list is decades old. Inflation has caught up with, or in many cases, surpassed any minimal wage gains. This too has eroded the ability of Guyanese households to build. Unlike the government, we are well aware that a house lot is not a house. The government seems to equate allocation of house lots with housing of people. It is not. Mr. Speaker, we in the opposition are not afraid of data. We are not afraid to commission studies and to act in an informed way. We need to do this to know the needs of the people as we develop and implement our people-centered development strategy, which must be data-driven. One of the biggest problems of this government, little or nothing, is data-driven. We will immediately commission a study on Guyana's housing needs and incorporate those insights into our existing analysis. Similarly, we will, I want you to listen, Prime Minister. Similarly, we will at once begin a rent-to-own housing drive in which the government build houses on existing house lots and new lands for which citizens will pay rent to the government monthly. This rent will be paid until the cost of the house is recovered and the house will become the property of the tenant. If you used to read, you would know that there is house rent to own in this world. This approach of rent to own will ensure that they overcome the access to finance problem that so many clearly face, and it will swiftly increase our nation housing stock. Mr. Speaker, if as a government you are paying attention, you will see that many are given house lots, but they don't have the requisite capacity to go to the bank. And a rent-to-own scheme is aimed at helping poor people who do not have the requisite resources to go to the bank. In the process, Mr. Speaker, we will simultaneously generate thousands of jobs in this and other housing initiatives, benefiting citizens and our economy. No longer will citizens be forced to pay developed country rent without developed country salaries. Mr. Speaker, in addition, we will deliver rent subsidies to those who are still forced to live in rented house until they can be provided with their own house. Mr. Speaker, we know that the PPP has little interest in planning. It is no small wonder then that they have focused their housing efforts on the low-lying coast while mouthing about climate change and continue to place people on the low-lying coast. Mr. Speaker, we cannot afford to ignore the risks climate change poses, and we must strategically develop inland housing to mitigate these concerns. There are highlands all around Guyana that must be immediately utilized to develop large-scale housing schemes. Over time, tens of thousands of Guyanese can comfortably live in those communities. Mr. Speaker, this is not new to us. We on this side of the house are proud of our record of delivering houses in well-structured communities so that our people can live comfortably. Ask the people of South Rheinveld. Ask the people of Amelia's Ward. Ask the people of Scottburg in Corriverton. Ask the people of Rymanzervin. Ask them in Vryslus. They will tell you they move into houses built by us in community. Our government will focus on the development of new housing scheme. Our government will focus on the development of new housing scheme on the corridor along the Soesdijk-Linden Highway, Linden to Lethem, and others with highlands, while also building out the transportation infrastructure to support the movement of so many people. This government build road, build this, but no attempt to deal with the transportation issue. We recognize that Guyana cannot rely on the one road in, one road out approach of Diamond and Tushen housing scheme, which have been a traffic disaster, and that the farther from Georgetown Guyanese work and live, the more comfortable they will be with structures community with the concomitant transportation. Mr. Speaker, to this end, we will ensure that the Soesdijk-Linden Highway resurfacing project is done to the highest standards and possibility of developing a rail network linking communities with both Georgetown to the north and Lethem to the south. In this regard, I endorse our Honorable Member Patterson's proposals. A mixed-use rail network, which is powered by our own natural gas reserves, show great promise, as both passengers and those transporting goods can benefit, while the cost of transportation will be slashed. This issue of the slashing of transportation costs was not addressed in this budget, that of lowering the cost of transportation. Our people-centered development strategy dictates that we seek to lower the cost of transportation in pursuance of giving Guyanese a high-quality life. Mr. Speaker, the establishment of these road networks will generate jobs in the agriculture sector, tourism, mining, logistics, forestry, construction industries, among others, boosting Guyana's economy while helping our nation mitigate climate change risks. This will also facilitate the transport of goods from Brazil for export, generating billions in revenue annually. This will contribute to our desire to develop new industries. It is time we develop robust infrastructure that links our country from one end to the other, and in government, we will lead the way on this front. Julie, we will, I know you don't like hearing this, but we will commission a study on the best way to approach this and build out such mixed-use transportation. Mr. Speaker, You know, there's a dislike over there for studies. And we will always be in trouble. You did Skeldon without proper studies. You did the fiber optic cable without proper studies. You don't learn your A's hard. You need feasibility and other studies. Mr. Speaker, I turn directly to infrastructure. Where I turn to infrastructure. We in the opposition are clear. There is need for infrastructural development, but we are concerned that infrastructure development is undertaken within a narrow framework and not in the context of a wider vision for the development of infrastructure, while at the same time committing more significant resources to human resource development. Mr. Speaker, we welcome the work being done to pave roads in Guyana. We welcome. However, we are appalled at the poor quality work and the narrowing of some roads as if they are pavements. Only recently, residents of Tocqueville complained that their road was not only narrowed, but it is built without shoulders, and only one vehicle can pass at a time. Agile, is that development? It cannot be. Therefore, the complaint that the roads do not have a proper shoulders, thus resulting in damage to motor vehicles. This need to be rectified. I am not criticizing you, honorable member. I am merely bringing to your attention the concerns of many people in the village that you are from, Plaisance, right next door. You grew up, you know Clay Brick Road. They are complaining that previously 2 vehicles could pass on Clay Brick Road, on the road. Now they cannot. Do not see it as merely criticism. See it as an opportunity to rectify the problems you have. Mr. Speaker, the PPP government has consistently showed a lack of vision for Guyana's future. If we listen to the PPP boasts, it is all about how much money they spend. Their measurement of successful governments is to equate progress with how much money is spent, with little regard for efficiency, illegal use of money, or waste. They are behaving like the money now available to us is because of their effective governance and prudent management of the economy. It is not. They are enjoying the good fortunes. You are enjoying the good fortunes of oil resources, and it is incumbent on you that you use them judiciously. This money is available because of an expanding oil sector that has delivered resources like never before. This money is available despite the PPP's poor leadership and widespread involvement in activities that are not legal, since I can't use the C word. The Guyanese people demand better stewardship of our resources. In contrast to the PPP visionless spending, the opposition vision is one of responsibility to future generations, present and future generations. We believe that effective management of our oil wealth has potential to deliver a transformational increase in the standard of living of the Guyanese people. This transformation will mirror the economic transformation seen in countries like Singapore and Malaysia. Our strategy will focus on reducing waste, eliminating the C word thing, and channeling resources into sustainable, high-impact projects that truly enhance our people's quality of life. Singapore is a good example for us. Before its transformative projects in 1960, Singapore had a GDP per capita of just $516. However, by investing sensibly in infrastructure and efficient governance, it emerged as a global economic powerhouse, not bringing power ships that don't have power. Today, Singapore boasts a GDP per capita of over US $93,000. Today, the citizens of Singapore enjoy a high-quality life with access to excellent health care, education, and infrastructure. This is the kind of development we will pursue. Today, we take the United States for granted. However, it was the United States Interstate Highway System, established in 1956, that transformed America's economy and society. Before the construction of the Interstate Highway System, the U.S. economy relied heavily on inefficient, disconnected roadways and railways. However, the Interstate Highway System enabled faster movement of goods and people. It reduced transportation costs and boosted productivity. The U.S. economy has grown sixfold since the construction of those highways. The construction created millions of jobs, directly and indirectly, and stimulated industries such as steel, concrete, and automotive manufacturing. It transformed the economy of the United States. The highways bridged urban centers with rural areas, enabling regional trade, better access to services, and balanced development. Mr. Speaker, we in the opposition vision mirror the strategic foresight of those nations. By wisely managing our oil wealth and prioritizing transformative infrastructure projects, Guyana can achieve similar economic success and uplift generations of citizens. Guyana can replicate these successes with inter-regional highway network that connects all parts of the country, unlocking economic potential and transforming lives. As the next government, we recognize that infrastructure development directly correlates to the transformational improvement in the quality of life of the Guyanese people. Our approach to infrastructure will focus on three key pillars. One, expanding the road network. The PPP neglect has left Guyana with a 1990 road network. Since 1992, the PPP has in government for a total of 28 years, and the result has been little or no expansion of the road network. This cannot be allowed to continue. As the next government, we will build a comprehensive inter-regional highway system. This includes the construction of paved highways linking Linden to New Amsterdam, Linden to Lethem, and other key towns. Imagine goods from the hinterland farms moving seamlessly into urban markets within hours, thereby creating wealth, employment, and opportunity in every region. A coast to hinterland network collecting Bartica to Upper Mazaruni, Essequibo Coast to Cuyuni, and the Northwest District will be part of a IRH. Picture a vibrant economic corridor where hinterland communities are no longer geographically isolated but are integrally connected to the national dynamic. We will bridge the Essequibo River at multiple points with connected roadway at... You laugh. Do you know? Let me say this to you. Honorable Prime Minister, there are not parts of the Essequibo River that are narrower than the Demerara River. We will bridge the Essequibo River at multiple points with connected roadways to improve connectivity. These bridges and roads will knit the country together like never before and transform the quality of life of residents. We will end this ad hoc approach of building roads that are not part of a well thought out national road network. addressing the traffic congestion. Addressing traffic congestion. The coalition is aware that traffic congestion severely impacts productivity and the quality of life of Guyanese. Today, residents traveling from West Demerara along the East Bank Road and East Coast Demerara Road face long commutes because of inefficient traffic management systems. Even in Georgetown, there is a daily gridlock that impacts productivity and, quite frankly, happiness. Our current road infrastructure struggles to cope with the growing volume of vehicles. While Minister Ejil is boasting about the roads being built, none of them is structured to ease the gridlock, ensure free moving traffic, and opening new lands for economic development. The mere building of roads is not the solution. As the next government, which means you know we come into government.
Correct.
As the next government, we will implement smart technologies such as radar systems, fisheye cameras, and intelligent traffic lights to optimize traffic flow and monitor road use in real time. This adaptive traffic signal technologies will significantly reduce congestion. It is true that a part of the problem in Georgetown is that there is a capacity problem. Mr. Speaker, you do not have any smart traffic light. If you had one, once a build-up occurred and one side was empty, the traffic light would let you go. You probably don't even know what you're talking about. All roads constructed in the future that will link to the current road network will be constructed to modern international standards for optimized traffic flow and safety. Mr. Speaker, as the government constructs the roads, they are creating directional conflicts, as is evident on the highway from Mandela Avenue to Diamond. We will solve this problem as much as possible, and as far as practical, we will have grade separation to avoid directional conflicts. Enhancing road safety. The current state of road safety in Guyana is dire, with frequent accidents, inadequate signage, and poorly maintained roads with many substandard design elements. Families live in fear of losing their loved ones to preventable crashes, while the PPP seems to have abdicated its responsibility to ensure our roads are safe. The PPP response to this problem is to blame everyone else. According to this, the crisis of our roads is caused by motorists, cyclists, and pedestrians. They accept no responsibility. And according to Minister Ben, reducing road deaths will require a change in culture, change in behavior, and a greater level of awareness among the population. We agree. There is need for such changes. But we worry when nothing is said about what the government must do to address contributing factors that fall within the sphere of responsibility. We will address them. We in the opposition believe that government has a responsibility to keep Guyanese safe. And very early in our term of government, let me repeat, very early in our term of government, we will commission a comprehensive review of traffic accident statistics so as to review key causes such as speeding, driver inattention, DUI, pedestrian conflict, and intersection crashes as we identify the trends. We will audit major highways like the Suze-Linden Highway, Quarantine Highway, West Demerara Roads, and the East Coast Demerara Road to identify substandard design elements such as poor surfaces, unsafe turns, inadequate sight distance, and proximity of fixed objects to the traveling lane. We will use audit results to direct target funding for safety improvements. We also understand that improved infrastructure ensures roads meet high standard. It's not just the money you spend, it is the quality of the roads. Roads being built at present do not meet such standards. And anybody coming down the so-called Heroes Highway, you know, long ago, them little worthless boy, long ago, I mean, in you days, you know what you already do? If your girlfriend get pregnant, drive them on the road, sure abortion. We will have a road safety element built into our infrastructure development program. This is badly lacking in the present ad hoc road construction. We will also have sustained education campaigns on safety driving and awareness when using the roads. We will launch year-round public awareness programs on safe driving and road use. We clearly have to eliminate the corruption as it relates to obtaining driver's license. We will focus on changing behaviors of drivers, pedestrians, and motorcyclists through education. To this end, we will create a dedicated road safety agency for traffic management and road safety. It will focus on data collection. Audits, education, and coordination with law enforcement. This agency will work with engineers and traffic management professionals to develop and implement a comprehensive road safety plan. Our highways will open vast areas for agriculture, housing, and manufacturing, creating new economic opportunities in hinterland communities. Benefits will include wealth creation, moving beyond handouts to foster local enterprise and self-sufficiency, thriving communities where farmers and artisans benefit from direct market access. Hinterland farmers will have easier access to urban markets, boosting incomes and reducing post-harvest losses. Better roads will unlock ecotourism opportunities, making heritage sites and nature parks more accessible to visitors. Our infrastructure development plan will be based on this song vision for infrastructure. Our infrastructure vision is grounded in responsibility, sustainability, and transformative impact. By building interregional highways, addressing power supply issues, creating wealth in hinterland communities, and ensuring transparency, we will deliver a high quality of life for all Guyanese. With a strategic and visionary approach, Guyana will be positioned as a model of development and prosperity in the Caribbean. Disaster risk reduction and management. Mr. Speaker, as we are a low-lying coastal country, more emphasis needs to be placed on disaster risk reduction and management. There is need for an all-of-government approach with all the various ministries, departments, agencies, and local government organs involved to build resilience across the country. Mr. Speaker, this all-of-government approach will reduce risk and reduce the impacts from emergencies and disasters. As the next government, we will place disaster risk reduction and disaster risk management under a ministry with authority to table bills and represent its budget in this parliament. The profile of disaster risk reduction and disaster risk management needs to be raised. At present, it comes over as an insignificant institution in Guyana under the purview of the Prime Minister. With the advent of the oil and gas industry, I want to repeat this for you. With the advent of the oil and gas sector, more attention needs to be paid to this area. Human resource development. Mr. Speaker, human resource development is one of the most critical elements of economic development. And therefore, we are surprised that in percentage terms, the allocation to education continues to decline. This is what you do then. We need to have a survey. It's an old one, but it is true. We need to have a survey of the jobs available and likely in the future to be able to align our training with demand. Clearly, goal is not the solution. We demand that more resources be allocated to the University of Guyana so that it become the leading institution of human resource development in Guyana at the tertiary level. Mr. Speaker, at the tertiary level, many senior, local, and regional educators have expressed deep concern that the GOAL project has been unable to produce the requisite results. The awardees must have been the creme de la creme of students, for 378 of them to have received PhDs in 3 years. Unbelievable. PhD getting away from the highest level here. While a few of these universities are credible, there are question marks over many of them. And I urge you to relook at this program. As the next government, we will focus on training human resources we have in the best institutions in the world to ensure that we produce quality professionals that can contribute to the development of Guyana. We will significantly improve technical and vocational education to ensure it is aligned with the demand for skills as dictated by the Guyana economy. Livable income. Mr. Speaker, this budget fails to deliver a livable income to the people of Guyana. We will deliver a livable income since we are aware that at present most people live from paycheck to paycheck, and that if we are to get improved performance and production, we need to pay people well, ensure good working conditions, the existence of adequate social security and proper health and other services. Mr. Speaker, our measures will be aimed at training high-quality persons, retaining them, and providing them with a high quality of life based on high-paying jobs. The present state of our health facilities, water, our schools, and general working conditions must be improved considerably. It is only if we improve the quality of life of our people, Guyana will progress. Security. Mr. Speaker, our aim is to ensure that Guyana is a safe place to live. In this regard, the training, reorientation, and development of the Guyana Police Force capacity to prevent and solve crimes are critical areas that we will act upon. We will reintroduce professionalism to the Guyana Police Force and allow it to operate as an independent institution in keeping with its motto of service and protection to the people of Guyana. We cannot afford a police force that is politicized and embroiled in all forms of illegalities, popularly known as run-ins, and the C word that has been banned from this honorable house. Reimagine and reinventing government. Mr. Speaker, considering the widespread public rejection and disappointment in this budget, I wish to present to the House and to the nation how as the next government we will reimagine and reinvent government for the benefit of the people. I know that some of what I reveal will subsequently end up in the president's speeches or in the PPP's election manifesto. But we on this side of the House are obligated to let the Guyanese people know that under a more capable government, they can live better lives, and our country can be one of the best places to live in. In any case, Guyanese now understand more than ever before, from the cash grant payout fiasco, that what matters is not who speaks about the ideas, but who can effectively implement it. So those on the other side are free to jot down points. Mr. Speaker, while I was coming, I got a note from a village called Masakanari, a remote YY village in the deep south. It has been registered. They say it has not been registered for the 100K cash grant. No one has either visited or written the village providing any information regarding the crash grant to this nation, this community. The core idea of government is to serve the people as the reason for its existence. This is the foundation of the social contract between those who govern and the rest of the citizenry. The PPP government has so violated and contorted this contract that it believes citizens must be obligated, subservient, and indebted to them. Even worse, the PPP believes its mode of operation must be through control and domination. Not unexpectedly, we therefore have a government today rife with arrogance, incompetence, self-deception, self-absorption, indifference to the plight of ordinary people. Equally, not unexpectedly, the Guyanese people today feel hopeless when they should have been feeling hopeful. We as the next government will give government back to the people. We'll ensure that government ministers, ministries, and agencies respond to the needs, concerns, complaints, demands, and aspirations of the people with competence, respect, promptness, fairness, and effectiveness. As a government, we will give substance to a proper government's moral obligation to ensure citizens live a decent and comfortable life, and to ensure they can enjoy the full range of human, political, social, and economic rights. To achieve this, we will reimagine and reinvent government. What are some of the specifics? We will use our people-centered development strategy as our guiding philosophy. Mr. Speaker, we remain fully committed to this approach as more and more citizens embrace our ideas and proposals. As one plank of our people-centered vision, we will eliminate poverty and raise the quality of life as a national priority. As another plank, we will establish a comprehensive social protection system based on three core principles. 1, social protection is an inalienable right of every citizen. 2, no Guyanese must be deprived of the basic necessities of decent life, irrespective of any unfortunate circumstance. And 3, social protection must provide a life cycle guarantee from the womb to the tomb. Mr. Speaker, as part of our reinvention plan, we will establish new ministries and government agencies or reshape them to better deliver on our people-centered development goals. Possibilities for new ministries include a Ministry of Women, Children, and Family, whose mandate will be to ensure that comprehensive policies are designed, implemented, and monitored to ensure no effort is spared in guaranteeing women, children, and families can live their best lives. Another possible ministry is the Ministry of Public Safety, which will oversee and coordinate our government's effort at natural disaster prevention, preparedness, road safety, health security, climate resilience, and anticipating and preventing other potential threats to the public. Mr. Speaker, under this heading, we will most definitely have to recreate the Ministry of Social Services into a high-performance entity to oversee massive expenditure on social protection and cost of living relief. The ministry will be professionalized and guided by a multi-year strategic plan, since none currently exists. Going further, we will expand the mandate of the Ministry of Tourism to assume responsibility for building image and brand internationally. The more must see Guyana in all its positive light. In this regard, Mr. Speaker, we will consider seriously returning the Guyana Airways Corporation to serve both domestically and internationally. It's a sad thing. It is a sad thing to remember that, you talk about all the developments, you don't tell anybody Guyana Airways Corporation was destroyed by the People's Progressive Party. In another effort in our plan to reimagine and reinvent government, We will be employing a whole of government approach for critical national issues, such as indigenous welfare, national security, and climate resilience. On the indigenous issues, for example, our whole of governmental approach will see the creation of a cross-ministry task force chaired by the Minister of Indigenous Affairs, on which the NTCs, indigenous NGOs, and other stakeholders and experts will have seats. Such an approach will ensure we implement a critical mass of coordinated programs aimed at overcoming the key hindrances to the development of indigenous people, families, and communities. Mr. Speaker, we say here, and we will do it. 2,000 councillors should be paid no less than $200,000 a month. We will
Honourable the
also.
opposition, we may need to start winding down.
You need my what?
We've had almost.
Could I wind up like how the Prime Minister did it? I only have a couple of pages more. We will also embed it.
I've been very generous with an extra half an hour so far. He had only half an hour total.
Okay, I can summarize, don't worry. Mr. Speaker, we will reimagine government. We will take transparency and accountability to new heights. Mr. Speaker, over the last 4 years, the government has shown no real interest and urgency in data collection and analysis to identify and evaluate problems, measure policy performance, and guide decision making. The PPP fears facing the facts as much as it does revealing the truth. We have not, for example, seen a quarterly labor force survey since late 2021. The Bureau of Statistics has received increased allocations but has not delivered an improvement in the quality and quantity of its work. I don't want to blame them, but until now, we have not seen the census. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to facilitating public consultation on major issues, when last or whenever has this government produced a green paper on its policy intentions? For those who may not know, a green paper is a document published by a government containing information about a possible new law or policy with the intention of starting a public discussion and collecting input from the wider society. You're not likely to know what it is. We as the next government will facilitate public consultation through regular publication of green papers and the hosting of public forums. Mr. Speaker, we believe, Mr. Speaker, that this budget will not serve the people of Guyana. We believe that this budget is a hodgepodge of projects and an avenue for money that what existed before Jordan. Mr. Speaker, we on this side of the House are deeply concerned that this government continues to talk about the amount of cars on the road, the amount of buildings they build, as if that is development. We will pursue genuine development in which the people of Guyana are involved, in which resources are meeting our people, and we are improving the quality of life of the Guyanese people. It is unacceptable for the money we have at our disposal for we to be hearing about malnourished children, for we to be hearing of poverty. The time has come for a change. Every time I listen to speakers in this House, more and more I'm convinced that if Guyana is to grow, the PPP must go. Mr. Speaker, there is potential in Guyana. The only thing is missing is a competent government. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Leader of the Opposition. Just being congratulated by the Honorable Barjagio. And now, to close the debate, the Honorable Minister, Senior Minister in the Office of the President with responsibility for finance and the public service, Dr. Ashwini Kumar Singh.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have said on multiple occasions how important we consider these annual budget debates. And I have elaborated why we consider these budget debates to be as important as we do. They allow us, on our side of the House, to elaborate our vision for our country, our plans and policies, plans, programs, projects in our respective sectors. We allow ourselves to be subject to the scrutiny and indeed critical scrutiny of the people of Guyana. And in the same breath, these debates allow those on the other side of the House to do the same, to articulate their plans and policies, their perspectives on the critical and pressing issues of our time, and the approach that they would adopt to confront these issues. This 2025 budget debate, Mr. Speaker, was no exception in this regard. My colleagues on this side of the House availed themselves of this opportunity, and those on the opposite side of the House endeavored, I believe, the same. And having listened to the 5 days of debate thus far, I believe that the Guyanese people are richer for the time that they would have devoted to following these debates. Except in the opposition. No, and I think it's important that the opposition be listened to. And I was particularly pleased to see young people. There are many in the House, in the viewers, in the visitors gallery today. I was particularly pleased to see so many young people. We had school children, we have university students in the gallery today. We have young people watching on television and on social media. And I was particularly pleased to see and to hear outside of the House how many young people followed these debates over the past week. For example, I spoke with a young teenager just yesterday, and I asked him, I said, "Were you following the budget debates?" And he said to me, "Yes, he was." And I said, "Is there any particular speaker that you want to single out?" And he said, "I enjoyed Minister Edghill." And I asked him why. And he said, without batting an eyelid, he said, "Because he slaughtered Patterson." Now, I have no doubt that if I had asked him on another day, he might have identified another person. I asked him yesterday, and Minister Edghill spoke yesterday. I have no doubt that had I asked him today, he might have referred to any one of the excellent speeches that we had from my colleagues on this side of the House, who systematically outclassed those on the other side of the House and put on show once again why the People's Progressive Party Civic is in government and why the APNU AFC are sitting over there. On many occasions I looked, as I often do, at the young members of the APNU AFC benches, honorable members of the House as they are. On many occasions I looked at them and I saw a particularly glum expression on their faces.
As we see now.
And I even engaged many of them on the margins of Parliament, as I always do, and they wouldn't admit it in public, but they did very generously in private. Their understanding of why they are consigned and condemned to the opposition benches and will be consigned and condemned to the opposition benches for at least a generation to come. And they understand it.
I like that word.
Because they know, Mr. Speaker, as do the young people of Guyana. They know, including many of them who, I will say to their credit, have the courtesy and decency to remain in the House, to listen to the conclusion of this debate. And I want to acknowledge all of them who have the courtesy to remain in this House while their senior colleagues make their presentation and, contrary to official guidance, scurry out of the House without affording those on our side of the House even the courtesy of a listening ear. You will note, sir, that our benches were full. Somebody sent a screenshot of a comment where they said, we want a wide-angle shot of the opposition benches when Ashni Singh is speaking, because we see the government benches are full when the opposition is speaking, but we see the opposition benches are empty when the government benches are speaking. And that, Mr. Speaker, in a simple thought, captures and expresses the striking and stark difference between the People's Progressive Party and the APNU AFC. If you were to begin just with the simple courtesy of listening to the other side, it's in the parliamentarian's handbook, it is in writing. If one were to begin with this simple, it might seem like something simple, but if you can't get the simple things right, if you can't even stay in the House to afford those on the opposite side, you come and you speak about inclusivity and listening and consultation and all of these lofty and fancy sounding words. And we heard a lot of those lofty, grand and grandiose words from the leader of the opposition. All big and fancy words. If you can display, no matter what you come and say about inclusivity and listening and consultation, and you want to be listened to, well, we sat here and listened to you. You don't even have the manners to stay here to listen to us. And I hope the cameras are not aimed at me. I hope the cameras are aimed at the opposition benches to show that the whole front bench is empty. Except, of course, for the Honourable Member Geeta Chandan. But they come here and pontificate about inclusivity and listening and being given. We listen to them. I was here throughout almost all of their presentations, and throughout all of their presentations today. We listen to them. They don't even have the manners to stay in the House, to listen to what the other side has to say. And of course, as the Honourable Minister Manikchand points out, if you can't respect the small rules, then small wonder that you are incapable of respecting the bigger things that matter. The bigger things that matter. And so, Mr. Speaker, And I am saying this because there are some young APNU, the young APNU members of parliament who are still in the house. You must understand why you are sitting where you are sitting today. Because the leadership of your party let you down. And they let down the people who voted for them. They let you down, and they let down the people who gave them a chance to be in government.
That's what Dominic Gaskin said.
And we heard from the Honorable Attorney General earlier, quoting from Dominic Gaskin, former minister and member of this House. They let down the people of this country when they were given having spent 23 years in opposition, and finally having had an opportunity to come into government, and in no time at all, lost no time at all in demonstrating to the people of Guyana why they were unworthy of being in government.
Right.
Unworthy.
And so, Mr. Speaker, when the political, and I've always said that there is an almost perfect correlation between the political and economic history of our country, as there typically is in any country. And I spoke in the opening of the budget speech about the nexus between democracy and development. When the history of our country is written, or indeed when any one of us, and particularly younger people, look back, including younger members of the APNU-AFC, look back upon the history of the country of Guyana, and the history of their own party even, they will see that the PNC, APNU, AFC, on every occasion that they had an opportunity to serve in government, they had absolutely no disregard, they had absolutely no regard for the will of the people. They had no respect for democratic norms that are accepted worldwide. They displayed no concern for the people whom they are supposed to serve, and as a result of which, their successive tenures in office and their respective tenures in office at various times in history were marked by destruction and decimation. And any student, any objective student of history will unavoidably arrive at that conclusion. Because they do not learn. Mr. Speaker, as Mr. Norton was speaking, I was reminded of an old saying. I don't know if it has the status of a Guyanese proverb, but I remember hearing older people older than myself saying, "Turtle can't walk if he not push his head out a shell." I don't know if it has the status of a Guyanese proverb quite as yet. But I've heard it said, "Turtle can't walk if he not push his head out a shell."
Push your head out and walk over.
Because as I listened to Mr. Norton, the honourable member, I was reminded, first of all, of how little they have learned. The pushing the head out of the shell is, of course, a figurative or a symbolic or a metaphoric, has metaphoric significance. I was struck by how little they have learned. I was struck, they like to speak about inclusivity, I was struck by how little they have been listening.
They're in the little leagues.
That might have something to do with the fact that they are perpetually stuck in the little league, as was first pointed out, of course, by the distinguished Vice President and former President. Mr. Speaker,
He's always around, trust me.
Mr. Speaker, I was struck by how little they have learned. I listen And the only conclusion that I could have arrived at is that they remain just as clueless and as confused as they were between 2015 and 2020, and as they were before 1992, they remain just as clueless and confused as they've always been. Incompetent. The PNC, I will say this very clearly, Mr. Speaker, and here again, through you, sir, I'm addressing the opposition members of parliament who have demonstrated, the tiny number, who have demonstrated, the 8 out of, is it 31 of them? The 8 out of 31 of them who remain in the House this afternoon, I'm minded to say to them that the real problem is that the APNU AFC has not learned, has not listened. I heard, for example, Mr. Norton, Honorable Opposition Leader, speak.
You wish.
Speak.
After speaking today,
I had to turn to my colleague to the right to ask if I'd heard correctly. Because I heard Mr. Norton regale us with a justification of banning food items, basic food items in Guyana. I believe Nima Fluvest did the same. Mr. Speaker, I had to clear my air and turn to Minister Edgell and say, am I hearing correctly? In 2025, Mr. Speaker, in 2025, I heard Mr. Norton stand up today in this House to justify, not only to justify, to say that they're proud.
Yes,
He said we're proud of it.
they took great pride.
Because it led them to great
Not to mention all of the other things. And Mr. Speaker, you know, it reminded me of so many little tidbits that I heard during the budget debate that steer me unavoidably to the conclusion that these people have simply not learned. We heard, Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Member Jurita Finance speak so disparagingly about tourism, workers in the tourism industry, tourism and hospitals, so disparagingly. Mr. Speaker, it was in the 1980s that former President Burnham, PNC President Burnham, described the tourism industry as a parasitic industry. And decades later, they still hold the same view. Decades later, in 1982, Forbes Burnham was quoted by no less than a publication than the New York Times, was quoted as saying that the tourism industry is a parasitic industry, and he has no interest in promoting Guyana as a tourism destination. I wouldn't even attempt to, I wouldn't even endeavor an imitation of the mannerism and accent. I would leave that for the Honourable Member Cathy Hughes. I heard Honourable Jurita Finance repeat the same thing, disparagingly, like tourism has no place in Guyana. So out of touch with reality they are. So out of, and they're so confused that Mr. Norton comes back and speaks today about an expanded mandate for the Ministry of Tourism. So confused and clueless and dysfunctional they are.
He said the people of Annandale are happy with the ban item.
Mr. Speaker, to justify, Mr. Speaker, but I'm glad that he did it. I'm glad that he said clearly that he is proud of the fact that their party banned basic food items because they receive in Guyana today a generation a generation from amongst whom, if you consumed sardines in a can, you couldn't dispose the cans in your garbage bin. You went to your backyard and buried those sardine cans. Generation alive today, Mr. Speaker, for whom wheaten flour was as illegal as cocaine, and if you were caught with it, you were thrown into jail.
And your vehicle was seized.
And your vehicle was seized. And Mr. Norton comes today to say they're proud of doing that without a modicum or morsel of regret for the people, without a modicum or morsel of regret for the thousands of people who were criminalized because they ate potatoes, or they ate split peas or dal, or because they had a roti made of flour, or a dal puri even.
Meanwhile, they're lashing up the roti.
And Mr. Norton comes to tell this house that the PNC, the APNU, so they have a new name, but they are proud of the fact that they criminalized thousands of people. They criminalized all of the people of Barbies, amongst others, for eating roti or eating dal. And these people want to present themselves as electable.
The police lock up a lady. You couldn't find the roti. When you say, hear the roti, clap. I lock the lady. The lady hide the roti behind the
There, you might believe that Mr. Nandalal, the honorable member, is joking. But there are famous stories from Barbies of people being stopped at the toll gate. You remember in those days you had toll gate. You used to pay for drive on the road. You remember how many toll gates you had in Barbies? There are famous stories. They had one in Adventure. They had one further up. There are famous stories about people who get stopped by police at a toll gate, and the policeman pull them over and say, "I smell the sardine on your breath. I carry you to the police station. Sit up on this bench." Breathalyze them for sardine. Breathalyze them for sardine. And lock them up. And Mr. Norton comes today to say he's proud. He's proud of making these people criminals for eating a dish or a food of their choice. Mr. Speaker, we heard Mr. Norton for weeks, sir. For weeks they have been regaling us with arguments about why we should not be investing as much as we are in infrastructure. We heard this outside, we heard you can't eat road, you heard, and for weeks since the budget was tabled, and for 1 week, speaker after speaker was trotted out to tell us about investing too much in infrastructure and about the absence of feasibility studies. And then Mr. Norton comes, even in his own speech, he starts out to saying we're investing too much in infrastructure. We're doing far too much on infrastructure, building too many roads and bridges. And then, Mr. Speaker, when he put the two halves of his speeches, I don't know if he had two contributors to the speech that he was given to read. And apparently the two contributors didn't consult with each other. So the person who wrote the first half of his speech gave him a cost down on why too much infrastructure is being built by the PPP. And then the person who wrote the second half of his speech and send him to read, little leaguer that he is, right?
Was pro-infrastructure.
The person who wrote the second half of his speech was clearly pro-infrastructure. So hear what they said. The second half of the speech started out with a lecture to us on the developmental impact of the United States of America's interstate highway system. and how transformational the interstate highway system of the United States of America was. But not to be outdone, he want to build more than the U.S. interstate. So he said he will build bridges across the Essequibo River at multiple points. Not content with one, he said we do a little drop from Parika to Lake Anam, Leg 1, and then you go on to Supanam or so, right? Not content with one bridge. Not content with one bridge, Mr. Norton said, after he done spend the first hour cussing infrastructure, he comes now to tell us, to promise the people of Guyana, that he will build highways across the Essequibo River at multiple points. Not one, at multiple points.
Two contributors are on life support.
Mr. Speaker, and I give these examples, and I cannot be exhaustive. I give these examples to illustrate the sheer absurdity of what is presented to the people of Guyana as opposition today. The sheer ludicrous absurdity of what presents itself as opposition today. Mr. Speaker, mind you, the champion and god of feasibility studies as he is, I don't know if he has done a feasibility study on these multiple bridges across the Essequibo River. Perhaps he might like to share them with us, because he advocates and champions feasibility studies. I don't know if Mr. Mahipal and Mr. Figueira have these feasibility studies. They've been left to represent APNU in the House. The champion of feasibility studies, as Mr. Norton is, I don't know where these feasibility studies are for these multiple bridges. He's then, Mr. Speaker, not content with these multiple bridges. I heard a few of my colleagues said, what about the road to the moon? Because it's only that they left. The only thing left for he announced was a road to the moon. He spoke about a national railway. He spoke about bringing back the Guyana Airways Corporation. Mr. Speaker.
Who described the railway? One helicopter performance.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Norton spoke about bringing back the Guyana Airways Corporation. And then, sir, he went on to say, mind you, here again, I don't know if he had a feasibility study for the GAC that he's bringing back. But, perhaps he might need, first of all, a green paper. Perhaps he might need a green paper. So, Mr. Speaker, he says that they will reopen the Guyana Airways Corporation. And then he goes on to say the GAC was destroyed by the PPP.
He is correct.
Mr. Speaker, I know that I still have a lot of years ahead of me. But I am old enough to know differently. The Guyana Airways Corporation, Mr. Speaker, operated under the following conditions. They offered scheduled services, fly to a few cities, New York and so on, New York, Miami. But, Mr. Speaker, when the maximum leader decided that he needed to travel somewhere, the aircraft was commandeered. It was taken out of the corporation, taken off the route. Never mind that you had thousands of people with tickets that they paid for. Never mind that the airline had thousands of people who had booked their tickets, save up their money and book their ticket. When Burnham decided that he wanted the plane was taken out of the corporate, off the route. But not only that, sir, you know what they call the aircraft livery? You know the livery? The word is livery. Delivery. You know delivery? They used to go change the seat cover to put on Barnum's favorite color because Barnum go only sit down on a purple seat. So they used to go to change. This is a true story. It's widely documented. Mr. Speaker, and you know this too, Mr. Speaker, you were around too. You were a young man, admittedly, but you were around too. Delivery. The Honourable Minister Tashira knows this too. She has historic connections with the Ghana Airways Corporation. Delivery of the aircraft had to be changed. The seat covers had to be changed.
For the kabaka. And the menu.
For the self-styled kabaka. Purple seats.
Purple. Johnny Walker.
I don't want to say that the royal rear would only allow itself to be seated upon a purple seat.
Yes.
The royal rear end. The royal rear end must only make contact with a purple seat. So the seat covers had to be changed. Mr. Speaker, we have copies, sir, of the unprinted in purple. Mr. Speaker, that is their hero. So there, my ball running, he can't take it. My ball running, he can't take it. That is why you're sitting over there. It is because of these excesses. It is because of these excesses that you are sitting over there, and that you'll be sitting over there for more than one generation to come. It's because of these excesses. It's because of this sordid and disgraceful legacy of the PNC in this country. So you come now and you say GAC. Barnum used to commandeer the plane, change the seats, change the menu, fill up the plane with friends, family, and favorites. We have the passenger manifest. We have the passenger manifest. We were a starving country. And when we go to a meeting like the non-aligned meeting, we still have the list of people who went. When you read the delegation to the non-aligned meeting, we had one of the biggest delegations to the non-aligned meetings. Full up the plane, ministers and their family, extra crew. Because obviously you got to have a spare crew, extra crew, ministers and their family. Of course, got to be the preferred crew. Ministers and their family and friends. So, Mr. Speaker, young members like those on that side, they must understand why they're over there. They must understand why they're over there. But you come here now and believing that that you can delude people, try to rewrite history. Try to rewrite history. You have to understand why you're sitting over there. You have to understand the sordid legacy of your party in government. Come here and misrepresenting all sorts of facts with lofty big ideas. The reality, sir, the reality, Mr. Speaker, is that the APNU, AFC, PNC, as they really are, no matter what they call themselves, they suffer a few very fundamental problems. The first is a credibility deficit that they are unable to repair. They have a credibility deficit that they're unable to repair. And the problem is that they don't even seem to want to try to repair it. Because coming here year after year and repeating the same, I don't want to say nonsense, sir. As a young student in the United Kingdom, sir, I used to hear the word malarkey. They come here year after year. It's not a word that's widely used in Guyana. But I intend to use it more frequently in association with the APNU AFC. They come here and repeat the same malarkey. Oh, is that a word that President Biden uses? They come and repeat the same malarkey year after year. Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Member Cassie Hughes. The Honourable Member, did I say young? Oh, I said the Honourable Member Cassie Hughes. I didn't say, my apologies. I didn't mean to offend Mrs. Hughes. But the Honourable Member Cassie Hughes, sir, comes here and speaks about integrity, and, regales this House with, accusations and insinuations and innuendos. Mr. Speaker, who is, it was the Honourable Member Minister Joe Hamilton who said, let me tell you who you are and what you are.
Yes, he said so.
It was the Honourable Member Joe Hamilton who said so, Minister Joe Hamilton, let me tell you who you are and what you are. And let me invoke his words to tell this Honourable House once again who the Honourable Member by Parliamentary Convention, Cathy Hughes, is, who she is, and what she is. Mr. Speaker, Guyana Chronicle, September 9, 2024. Cathy Hughes admits signing checks approving payments to her company at her ministry.
Imagine that. Imagine that.
Mr. Speaker, they have the audacity, they come and they speak about and temerity to speak about about that C word as they've been saying. Mr. Speaker, Cathy Hughes, the Honourable Member by Parliamentary Convention, admits signing checks and approving payments for a company that she owns. Mind you, not Shifren. I hope Shifren and she family them watching. Because it's not Shifren or she family or she favorites, it's yourself. They like talk about friend, family, and favorite. They ain't even look at their friend, family, and favorite as their self.
Me, myself, and I.
And she said that she had exited from the company.
She comes here, sir. She comes here, sir, and speaks about a miler. Mr. Speaker, I can quote from a letter carried in Starbuck News. Headed up, what about Cathy Hughes' conflict of interest? The letter says, the bombshell revelation that, and I'm quoting here from Starbuck News of the 21st of August 2013, the bombshell revelation that Mr. Nigel Hughes is in fact secretary of the Amila Falls Hydropower Project Inc., while serving as chairman of the Alliance for Change, has naturally captured the public interest. His subsequent offer, and this is an important sentence, his subsequent offer to resign his AFC post in order to retain his position with the Amila Falls Hydropower Inc., that says it all, sir. It goes on. The smoke screen of this bomb continues to obscure the role of his wife, Mrs. Cathy Hughes. Her company, Video Mega Productions, did public relations work for Synergy and Scythe Global. She personally interviewed Mr. Phip Motilal in a PR infomercial. Ms. Hughes was introduced as the public relations officer of Scythe Global. She is therefore intimately involved with the project. At the very least, she gained materially as owner of Video Mega. She comes here, sir, and now wishes to pontificate on integrity. They promised, sir, to liberalize telecommunications in their first 100 days. Prime Minister has already addressed this matter. They came into to office in 2015, enacted the new Telecommunications Act in 2016, and sat on that act. Demitted office in 2020, squatting for 2 years as they did, and refused to bring the new Telecommunications Act into operation for reasons known best only to herself. Prime Minister has already spoken, and others before me. Newsroom. And newsroom of 3rd April 2019. Housing Minister's husband has contract to build houses for her ministry, her own ministry. Her husband has contracts to build for her own ministry. And I'm not going to repeat what Prime Minister said on this matter earlier. Miss Valda Lawrence coming here, preaching sanctimoniously as they do, ending with biblical quotations and invocations. Mr. Speaker, Starbuck News 30th 18. The only friends I got is PNC. So the only people I could give work to is PNC. That is correct. That is correct. Right now we're looking for a doctor who can talk Spanish or Portuguese, and I want one that is PNC. And they want to know, sir, why the people of Guyana promptly banish them back to the opposition benches for the next 50 years. They want to know why they were banished. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker,
If they succeed, three-quarters
I didn't intend.
got COVID, the burn down your house and your clothes and burn up everything.
Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Member Cathy Hughes comes here and tries so pathetically to reopen this issue of the signing bonus. Mr. Speaker, the young people are here, and young people are watching us. They can Google. They just got to Google Winston bonus. You know what's the first story that's come up? 23rd November 2017. No signing bonus with ExxonMobil, says Finance Minister. And a big picture of Winston Jordan. Google it on your phones. Winston Jordan signing bonus. No signing bonus with ExxonMobil. November 23rd, 2017. Then you're going to get another story that tells you Finance Minister says no rules broken with special account. When he finally, well, I skip some. Coalition, then after he discovered, mind you, his own ministry in 2016 wrote for a secret bank account to be opened. Mind you, in 2017, he says no signing bonus. Since November 2016, his own ministry wrote asking for a signing bonus. Here the caption of the letter. September 20th, 2016. A letter written to the governor of the central bank. Here the caption of the letter. Signing bonus granted by ExxonMobil. 1 year before. Signing bonus granted by ExxonMobil to request to open bank account. September 20th, 2016. In 2017, sir, Mr. Jordan was still saying to the world, no signing bonus received. And imagine, they have the audacity and temerity to come here, the gumption even, to come here and speak about mendacious. That was the word, and she said it with such aplomb like she had discovered a new word.
Some of them said that they're coming into government now.
She said it with such aplomb, such evident pride. Mendacious. Like if she had discovered a new word. I wouldn't even try to imitate the accent. When finally the APNU Finance Minister, Winston Jordan, discovered that he couldn't hide the signing bonus any longer, he changed tune somewhat. He said the coalition was misled by Exxon negotiator with US $18 million gift in 2016. That, sir, was carried in the Kaichor News of August 18, 2021. Mind you, Mr. Speaker, the account was opened and the monies were deposited and their existence denied when there was no NRF Act, which means that the money by law should have been deposited in the consolidated fund. Correct. And nobody has the right to decide that they will keep it out of. They've made all sorts of excuses that they kept it out of the fund to meet this type of expense and that type of expense. The Parliament of Guyana was denied the opportunity, first, of the knowledge that this money, which is public money, existed, and secondly, denied the opportunity to appropriate the use of the money. And the people were denied knowledge of the existence of this money, sir.
And they lie about it, actually. That's the main thing, they lie.
Somewhere in the mix, sir, he also said, US 20 million, this is iNews now, November 13, 2017. 20 million Exxon bonus to government. Finance minister cannot confirm receipt. Says he will check. Says he will check. 1 year previous to that, his ministry requested the opening of a secret bank account. And Mr. Speaker, we saw instance after instance of that throughout this debate. Amila Falls, the Honourable Member David Patterson tried to rewrite history. My colleague, Minister Ejil, and the Prime Minister cited the involvement of the Blackstone Group, one of the world's largest institutional investors, willing to invest in the Amila Falls project. $80 million of climate funds earned under our first generation low carbon development strategy, deposited and accepted by the Inter-American Development Bank for investment in that project. And they selectively cited some reports. I think one of them, I think both Mr. Patterson and Ms. Hughes read from a 2014 report from the IDB. But to illustrate their incompetence, so they're reading triumphantly from this report, which the staff and management of the board submitted to the, which the staff and management of the bank submitted to the board, and they're selectively reading one paragraph to say, the project is a risky project. Well, Mr. Speaker, we were never in doubt about the fact that a project is a risky project. But if they have even the slightest knowledge of how these institutions work, that matter would not have reached the board if there wasn't an intention to proceed with it. And in fact, subsequent, and which they omitted to say, subsequent to that 2014 report, the matter having gone to the board, in 2015, the IDB issued a mandate letter signaling their intention and willingness to participate in the project and to structure its financing. A signed mandate letter. Conveniently omitting to mention that. Mr. Speaker, the sheer daftness and I don't know if it is the sheer daftness of my colleagues on that side of the House. The Honourable Member Cathy Hughes comes and she's reading from the IMF Article 4 report. She's reading from the IMF Article 4 report and she's boasting. Hear the boast, Mr. Speaker, hear the boast. She says, the central government's overall deficit, let me not even try to. I will do this House a grave disservice if I try to mimic the mannerisms and accent. I couldn't do that, sir. So she comes here and she reads from the IMF Article 4 report. Somebody apparently gave her this sheet of paper and said, read this. This is a trump card. So she comes and she reads, pulls out the trump card that she was given by somebody, and she says the central government's overall deficit came in at 3.5% of GDP, better than the 2018 budget. And Article 4 estimates of 5.4% of GDP. So she comes here and she boasts that their deficit in 2018, that the IMF commended them, that their deficit in 2018 was better than budgeted. They budgeted a deficit of 5.4%, and they reported a deficit of 3.5%. 2 percentage points difference. They overperformed by 2 percentage points. Mr. Speaker, there are two ways that you overperform your deficit. You either don't spend the money in your budget, or you tax the people more and collect more revenue from the people.
That's not a performance enhancement.
Mr. Speaker, they did a healthy dose of both. In that year, sir, they collected more. They had already imposed the more than 200 new taxes and increased fees on the Guyanese people. Some, in fact, have counted it to be almost 400. They had already taxed the Guyanese people and projected higher tax revenues, and they overperformed their tax revenues by more than $20 billion. In other words, sir, putting on the shoulders of the Guyanese people taxing, mind you, this thing that Cathy Hughes comes to boast about, this improvement in the deficit, was as a result of putting VAT on water, putting VAT on electricity, putting VAT on wheelchair, putting VAT on medicine, putting VAT on educational items, putting VAT on baby formula,
Putting back VAT on data.
putting VAT on heavy equipment, taxing their blood, taxing the life and the blood out of people, overperforming their tax revenue performance and not giving the people back any relief. And she comes here very proud, sir, to say we returned a smaller deficit in 2018 than we had projected, not even understanding such,
Clueless, totally clueless.
not even understanding what she's reading, sir, nor its implications. Mr. Speaker, small wonder that when we come back to this House, sometimes with a request to spend more because we are executing our program so aggressively, small wonder that they are perplexed. They are perplexed. Are you doing more roads? Well, the people of Guyana need their roads to be done. And we will do their roads. And the people of Guyana need their schools to be built, and we will build their schools. Mr. Speaker, she comes with, and here again, I don't want to slip into the accent or anything like that. I mean, I grew up in an urban setting too, so I shouldn't, like the Honorable Member, Minister Charles Ramsden, I grew up in George, notwithstanding that I'm very proud of my Barbies roots. I spent a lot of my formative years in Georgetown. So, Mr. Speaker, she comes and regales us with her school experience. And she said when she went to school, they had textbooks. And she went on to tell us how she used to paper a book with. And she went on to say about the brown paper, what she used to paper a book with, you remember? Yeah. Telling me about the brown paper, she used to paper a book nice and so on. Right? Sir, and how people used to, and how they educate. Sir, I don't know what cocoon the Honourable Member Cathy Hughes lives in. I don't know what bubble. And I mean, we know that they live in a little bit of a bubble, right? We know that they live in a bubble, removed from reality. And I don't know why members like those who are in the House, right, Jermaine doesn't share with them, not to single him out. Ronald Cox is here, Honourable Member, Jermaine Figueres. I don't know why they don't tell them the experience of, the ordinary man. They live in this cocoon. So the Honourable Member Cathy Hughes comes and regales us about this wonderful education experience that she had with her books, with their brown paper covering them. Sir, in 1985, I don't know if she was at school in 1985. Sir, in 1985, right? So they make a lot about this matriculation rate. Sir, and we are building buildings. Even the Honourable Member Coretta MacDonald, who is supposed to have some interest and some familiarity with the education sector, she says, we are building buildings. Sir, let me share with you some numbers so you understand what is going on here. Mr. Speaker, in 1985, you know how many people wrote CXE maths? 2,700. 2,700 students wrote CXE maths. Mind you, that was 1985. Out of which, incidentally, 22% passed. In 1990, you know how many people wrote CXE maths? 3,000, not 5,000. It moved from 2,700 to 3,290, barely 500 more. Over 5 years, 500 more people wrote. It moved from 2,700 to 3,290. Mr. Speaker, in 2024, you know how many people wrote CXE maths? 10,440. 10,440. The population hasn't grown by 5 times. Mr. Speaker, Guyana's population hasn't grown by 5 times. Right? But 3,000 people wrote CXC maths in 1990. We came into government shortly after that. 10,000 wrote last year, CXC maths.
But the world was wonderful for her.
But of course, she lived in this beautiful little cocoon.
People died from beriberi and scurvy.
Sir, and if you think mathematics is an isolated example, English. Sir, she clearly learned good English. She speaks very well. If nothing at all, you have to give her credit. She speaks very eloquently. Sir, that's their strong point, incidentally, all of them. Very eloquent. They're very eloquent. That's their strong point. It stops there. There's no substance beyond that eloquence. But let's put that aside for the moment. Sir, you know how many people wrote CXE English? How many people entered to write CXE English in 1985? 3,337. CXE English. You know how many people wrote CXE English in 1990? 3,845. And they got another 500. Must be the same 500. Mr. Speaker, you know how many people wrote CXE English in 2024? 9,462. The population in triple. The population in triple, sir. Sir, let's talk about how many passed. I'll tell you about how many write. Let's talk about how many passed. Mr. Speaker, in 1985, you know how many people passed CXE maths? 612. Mr. Speaker, in 1990, you know how many people passed CXE maths? 556. In the whole country, 556 students passed CXE maths. You know how many passed in 2024? 2,917. CXE English, you know how many people passed in 1985? 648. You know how many passed CXE English in 1990? The number come down to 514. Mr. Speaker, hold for a moment. In 1990, 514 students passed CXE English. After this wonderful Barnumite and Height glorious days that they come and tell us about, 514 people passed CXE English in 1990. Sorry, you know how many persons passed CXE English in 2024? 6,536. More than 10 times. More than 10 times the number that passed in 1990. So they can live in their little cocoon where to pass CXE English you had to go to maybe 1 or 2 schools in Georgetown. They can live in their little cocoon that if you go to 1 or 2 schools in Georgetown, which perhaps she had the good fortune of going to, and you might pass the CXE maths and English. But if you didn't have the good fortune of going to 1 or 2 good schools in Georgetown, you stood no chance of passing CXE maths and English, much less of matriculating, and much less being prepared to have a productive and successful life. And guess what, Mr. Speaker? The People's Progressive Party came into government and we changed that.
Tell them how many schools they had.
We built schools in all 10 of our regions, and Minister Manichan spoke about how many schools we built from 92 to 2015, and we are building more schools than ever before. And I am saying, Mr. Speaker, through you and through the privilege afforded me by the cameras today, I am saying to the young people of Guyana that our commitment to you is that we will never return to those days where you got to go to 1 or 2 schools in Georgetown to do well. Our commitment to you is no matter where you live, you will have access to good quality education. So they can come here and throw all manner of tantrum they want about building schools and infrastructure and buildings. We will build the schools and we will build the dormitories and we will build the teachers' quarters so that all of the children of Guyana can go to school. You see, for them, sir, for them on that side of the house, and particularly those on the front benches, those caught in this urban elite trap, for them, sir, life is all rosy and good. Life is all rosy and good. They are so far removed from the realities of the people of Guyana.
Even in opposition.
Whether in government or in opposition, they don't even have a clue what's going on. The young people of Guyana deserve a chance, and we will give them that chance by building the schools. By putting textbooks in the schools, by putting school meals, the school feeding program in the schools, by giving them the cash grant, we will give them that chance that the APNU, AFC, and the PNC before them failed to give them. So they can come here, sir, with all of, and they try, I can give you so many examples of their efforts to rewrite history. They keep challenging this thing about taxes that they increased, Mr. Speaker, their own budget speech. Sir, their budget speech used to have, there used to be some appendices in their budget speech that we don't have anymore. Sir, the 2016 budget speech had an Appendix 9, proposal for the increase in license fees. They're coming back now to ask me to answer a parliamentary question on something that is captured in their own budget speech. And they're making a big hullabaloo about this. A big hullabaloo. A load of malarkey. Sir, Appendix 9, Budget Speech 2016, enshrined for posterity in the Parliamentary Library and the National Archives. Proposal for the increase in license fees. Sir, everything, you name it. Hire car, cycle, tractor, bus. Appendix 9. Sir, it continues. Goods vehicle, articulated vehicle, sir, motor horse. Motor horse. Sir, the motor horse fee get carried up.
Don't forget the mule cart.
I ain't come to the mule cart yet. You got Appendix 10, liquor licenses that gone up. Appendix 11, trade and miscellaneous licenses that gone up, sir. Everything, trade license, butcher shop license, cigarette factory, pawnbroker license. Sir, cart, drawn horse, sir. Item number 119. They want me list 200. One table alone got 147. Sir, Appendix 11 alone got 147. Right? 2016 budget speech, sir. And they come in here and jumping up about a question that Honorable Ferguson, somebody write the question and just set you up for look stupid. Sir, item number 119 of 147, carts drawn by horse, pony, or mule. I can't remember when last I see a mule. Sir, I can't remember when last, mind you, they got a different rate here. Mind you, cart drawn by horse, pony, or mule got one rate. But if it is a cart drawn by horse, pony, or mule kept or used in Georgetown, you get another rate. You get another rate, and that one gone up to.
Higher rate.
And sir,
Poor horse, you want to know we do.
just in case the cart
You
man,
want to know we do.
just in case the cart man don't have a horse, pony, or mule, and he pull in the cart with a bullock. Right? A cart drawn by bullock or ox.
Full card and ox.
And forget you want to know why you're sitting down over there? You want to know why you're sitting, and Rajkumar? You want to know why you're sitting down over there? And young Sayers from Linden? You want to know why you're sitting down over there? This is what your leaders did to you. This is what your leaders did to you. That's why you say, and guess what? That's why you will spend another generation over there. This is what your leaders did to you. Car drawn by bullock or ox. If the mule weary and the cartman say you're gonna get a bullock or an ox, not a feepenny. And then if the bullock or the ox, not the car drawn by donkey.
I thought donkey was exempt.
No. Car drawn by donkey.
Every beast of burden being captured.
Right, and you got a different rate. One for a donkey inside Georgetown and one for donkey outside Georgetown. Sir, in the budget, Dinesh Jaipasad, come in here, they're rolling you out here for Comcast PPP. This is what PNC did to you and the people of Guyana. This is what APNU AFC did to you and did to the people of Guyana. And they got you, rolling you out here for tax stupidness in the parliament.
And the horses, and the mules, and the bullocks.
Sir, and they want to know why the Guyanese people, sir, everything, cinematography, ball and dance, you want to get a little dance, they jack up the feet on that too. Sinclair must he feel left out that I ain't call his name. Don't feel left out. I was getting around to you, Sinclair. Don't feel left out. So, Mr. Speaker, we have to understand what the examples that I just gave are drawn from 2015 to 2020. Right? The reality is that every time, because the PNC is incapable of learning, as was demonstrated today by saying we're proud of the band and living with their heads buried like an ostrich in the sand, because the PNC and its leadership are incapable of learning. You know, we lost an election in 2015. We regrouped. Our leadership sat down with our membership and said, we need to think about what we need to do differently. We need to think about what we need to do more of. We need to think about what we need to do less of. We need to go out there and do the real hard work. We did it. And within 3 years, we won a majority in the parliament, and within 5 years, we were back in government. PNC spent 23 years in opposition, come back in government, they didn't learn anything. The same rigging that they used to carry on with. Imagine, sir, you're rigging election in 1968, right, and 73. Honorable Mahabir Nandalal, I'm not going to repeat what he said. I couldn't possibly do it as eloquently as he did it and as comprehensively as he did it. He delivered a masterclass in the history of electoral shenanigans and electoral rascality in this country by the PNC. I'm not going to repeat what he said, but imagine they come back now in 2020 and believe that they can pull off the same stunt. And you tell me that this is an entity that is capable of learning? Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, they only exited office reluctantly. They were dragged from office. When faced with sanctions by the international community, imagine that is where they took Guyana. To a point where they had to be sanctioned to be removed from government. The U.S. Secretary of State himself, at the time, Michael Pompeo issued multiple statements. More than 100 countries around the world, the OAS Electoral Observer Mission, CARICOM, the Commonwealth, the Carter Center, the United Nations Secretary General, all issuing statements and making statements, speaking about the attempt to subvert the will of the people in 2020 in Guyana.
Range of government must step aside.
And we have a whole, the Commission of Inquiry, Honorable Gail Teixeira, raised the report and quoted from it. Such an attempt to steal an election cannot be recalled anywhere else in the civilized world. I think it was the late was it Bruce Golding who said it? Bruce Golding said it. The most transparent attempt to steal an election, to rig an election. To alter results. What were the words that he used?
They make Bautista look good.
Sir, so we have to understand that the APNU AFC has not learned. They have not learned. They are, as I said some years ago, they are the same old PNC. And Mr. Speaker, several speakers, I made the nexus between democracy and development in the budget speech. And several of my colleagues developed on this nexus, including those who spoke earlier today. You see, if you don't understand that you have to deliver services to people in order to persuade them to vote for you, and there are young people in the audience today and young people watching, it's important that you understand that if a political party does not understand that it has an obligation to deliver results to people in order to persuade them to vote for the said political party, if that party doesn't understand that you have to deliver to people, then the party will place no value on such a party has no regard for the will of the people because they don't care how you vote. So there is an unbreakable nexus. If you understand that you have to win votes from people, you understand that you have to deliver results to them. If you believe that you can steal an election, then you don't care about delivering results to people. And the inevitable path that you will go down is a path of destruction. Mr. Speaker, volumes can be written about the economic, you hear Mr. Norton, even when Miss Hughes, the honorable member, Mrs. Hughes, when they come and they speak through these rose-colored glasses with such nostalgia about the beautiful, great Burnham years and the good old days when the PNC was in government. Mr. Speaker, let me quote from a few selected newspaper articles. 1987, January 23rd, 1987, front page. It was also a budget season. Mr. Carl Greenidge had just presented the budget for that year. Mr. Speaker, the front page of Stabroek News said, Guyana devalues dollar. Greenidge presents a 10-to-1 is murder budget. Mr. Speaker, the story goes on. 10-to-1 is murder. That is what the budget was called. January 23rd, later in the newspaper, economy continued dismal performance. Budget 87, union sources cry foul. Sir, and this habit about taxing everybody, they tax the look what they did. Levy may force betting shops on the ground. Their target was the betting shops in that year. Soesdijk to Linden Highway badly neglected. April 17, 1987. In 1988, a new housing scheme was being developed, but not for low-income earners. The headline was new housing scheme, but not for low-income earners. I don't know who it was for. Sir, nobody was immune. I'm quoting here from Stabroek News, February 20th, 1988. Sir, nobody was immune. Budget hampers work of CARICOM Secretariat. Even the CARICOM Secretariat, sir. In Gaspier. And then they had another story at the bottom, GTSL selling off Rex. GTSL, incidentally, was the Ghana Transport Services Limited. They used to run buses. And there's a picture with a graveyard of buses. GTSL selling off Rex. Sir, January 9, 1988, 1987 was a traumatic year. Floods, devaluation, protests, defections, blackouts, fuel crisis, queues, shortages, and scandals. A city underwater. And I see a man driving here, a Morris Oxford, through the water. Morris Oxford, look at Morris Oxford. Honorable member Indar is, I think he's big enough, he's old enough to remember the Morris Oxford. 1989, you must understand where Guyana was heading with APNU. These are all parts of a bigger picture. We must understand where Guyana was heading with APNU. And if they had been allowed to get away with the rigging in 2020, we would have been right back here. We would have been right back here. You just have to judge from their behavior. Mr. Speaker, 1989, it wasn't like a one-off phenomenon. April 5th, 1989, Stabrook News again. People stunned by devaluation and prices, feeling the shockwaves. Linden protest. Oh Lord, even the newspaper price gone up. New prices for Stabrook News. Look at that here. Look at that here. New Stabrook prices. Stabrook News price gone up. Sir, literally every sector. They talk about building. He spoke glowingly about their housing program. Here was the headline. April 5th, 1989. Hollow block factory under heavy pressure.
There's a man bottom.
So look, it's here. Hollow building industry in crisis. Hollow block factory under heavy pressure. 1989. Bauxite. They love the bauxite workers. 1989, PNC in its heyday. Bauxite workers walk out on the spot report from a worker. Anti-budget pressure mounts. Linden strike still solid. Linden, Honorable Figure is from Linden. Devin Sears is from Linden. This is what the PNC did to Linden. This is what the PNC did to Linden. Adequate subsidies needed to counter budget blows, and I could go on and on and on. Sir, they talk about consultation. Government won't talk to FITUG. Refuse to talk to the biggest trade unions in the country. Sir, you know some of these headlines, we laugh at them today. Hear this one, I know you're going to like this one. Pegasus taxi operators feeling the squeeze. On the same page, thieves on the rampage on West Dem. Things rough. Sir, and even the chick men. 8-card men pulling in the suckers. Look at that. You know the men on the chick board? Nobody was spared. Airfares, truck charges threaten mining industry. 1988 was a tough year, says KG. Sorry, even the GDF lost its chaplain. GDF seeks new chaplain. Sir, May 2nd, 1989. The small businessman, we are only working to eat and losing. Budget hits cook shop business hard. Cook shop business, Mr. Speaker, cook shop. Cook shop. They got a picture with a man in the cook shop looking like things really hard, and the headline in Stabrook News. Budget hits cook shop business hard. Mr. Speaker, Businessmen suffering after. This was life under the PNC. And I could go on and on. I could go on and on and on. They love UG. They love UG now. Mr. Speaker, headline, front page, Stabrook News, May 31st, 1989. UG faces crisis. UG faces crisis, 1989. Sir, the same day newspaper, housewives forced to scrounge for rice flour. No, sorry, my correction, sir. For rice, comma, flour. We mustn't forget the punctuation. It's rice and flour. Housewives forced to scrounge. Stabrook News, you know, it's here.
They love women. They love
For, sir, reducing ordinary Guyanese to scrounge.
women.
And mind you, you're not scrounging for gold and diamond. You are scrounging for rice and flour. There is a photograph of a signboard in a shop. Notice what's available. Notice no rice, no oil, no flour, no chicken until question mark.
So what they got really, man?
Chicken just over there.
Sir, and they talk, sir. And then they talk about accountability, still in the same day's newspapers. Public accounts 7 years in arrears, and they are now the champions of accountability. For 7 years, the people of Guyana, eventually it became 11 years, never had a single year of audited accounts. Sir, and it goes on and on and on, year after year. Year after year, sir, as recent as 1991, they like to talk about the ERP and so on and so forth. They come here, Mr. Norton said the ERP was saving Guyana. ERP, as we all know, was abbreviated to mean empty rice pot. Sir, 2 years after this ERP that he likes to boast about, look what the Guyanese people had to face. January 20th, 1991, panic buying creates shortages of basic items. This is what surrounded PNC budget speeches, sir. And this is where we were heading. This is where we were heading. This is where we were heading had they been allowed, sir, to perpetrate the heist that they attempted. And they can't run from their legacy, sir. This is their legacy. This is their track record. And what is more astonishing is that with that legacy in mind, they came back in 2015, implemented the same policies, caused the same hardships. Well, first of all, they came back with the same people. Almost all of them were the same people. Just a little bit older, considerably older. They came back with the same people, with the same policies, causing the same hardship to the same Guyanese people, and they expected to be kept in government. Wow. And they wonder now why they were sent packing to the opposition benches. But, Mr. Speaker, the unavoidable reality is that the PNC is associated in every incarnation. They are associated with destruction, decimation, and hardship to the Guyanese people. In the pre-1992 period, in the 2015 to 2020 period, even in their policies today, they have condemned themselves because they refused to acknowledge their mistakes of the past. And because they refuse to change course and correct their strategy, they're condemned, sir. And perhaps they don't know better. Sir, Mr. Norton came today and he spoke about, you see, this is the problem. I don't know if it is ChatGPT or AI or maybe part was DeepSeek and part was ChatGPT that drafted the two halves of the speech, and then he put them together. Sir, he spoke about Singapore. You will recall he spoke about Singapore. Sir, in 1966, and I will quote, I'm not using our numbers, I am quoting from the World Development Indicators, a database that is globally available online. Sir, in 1966, Guyana's GDP per capita was $353, right? Bear with me a little bit, Mr. Speaker. Guyana's GDP is not in race Singapore, so let's talk about Singapore. In 1966, Guyana's GDP per capita was $353. Singapore's GDP per capita was 567. So they were ahead of us, but a little ahead of us. We were 353, they were 567. By 1991, after a quarter century of PNC dictatorship in Guyana, Guyana's GDP per capita, after 25 years, Guyana's GDP had moved from $353 to $466, right? After 25 years. You know how Singapore's, after 25 years under the PNC, this is the glorious days, the glory days, the Barnum days that they like to boast about. Guyana's GDP had moved from 1966 to 1991, per capita GDP I'm speaking of here, from $353 to the grand and princely sum of $466. You know how Singapore's GDP moved? It moved from $567 to $14,502. You know how Barbados' GDP moved? From $462 to $7,790. You know how Trinidad and Tobago's GDP moved? From $768 to $4,205. And in 1991, we were stuck at the princely sum of $466 per capita. Sir,
But meanwhile, Catty's living in a cocoon.
meanwhile, they continue to exist in their cocoon, their little bubble, commandeering the GAC aircraft, sitting on their purple seats, accompanying the maximum leader as he trots off to some other corner of the globe. Sir, this is what the PNC did to Guyana. This is what the PNC did to Guyana. Mr. Speaker, let us talk about Guyana's debt. Mr. Speaker, as we started the decade of the 1970s, Guyana's debt to GDP, as we banked the turn into the 1970s, Guyana's debt to GDP, just after independence, mind you, we got independence in 66, 1970. Guyana's debt to GDP was in the vicinity of 100%. Sir, by 1991, Guyana's debt to GDP has moved from 100% to 617%. After 25 years of glorious PNC rule, Guyana, and they come now and want to lecture us about fiscal prudence and fiscal responsibility. And mind you, they're building highways to heaven and roads to the moon. Right? And roads to the moon. Sir, let me make this point. By 2014, having inherited a debt to GDP burden of equal to 617% of the size of our economy, by 2014, before a single barrel of oil was found, much less produced, Guyana's debt to GDP ratio had been reduced to 38.7%, less than 40%. Without, sir, a single barrel of oil in sight. Without oil. They like to say oil money.
Yeah.
We did that, sir, without a single cent of oil money and without a single drop or barrel of oil. Sir, every single key economic indicator, they talk about sugar. The PNC has a historic animosity towards the sugar industry. Let's be frank.
That's the problem.
Let's call a spade a spade.
But they like sugar though. They don't like the sugar in the levy. But they like sugar and rum.
Why are you taking a jab at Mr. Ramchatan there?
But the principles are inconsistent.
Sir, they love sugar. Sir, let us examine what they did to sugar. Let's just take a small window of their period in government. Mr. Speaker, from 1977, around in fact it is 77, 78, Guyana was producing more than 300,000 tons of sugar. Sir, by 1989, 1990, Guyana was producing less than 150,000 tons of sugar. Completely destroyed. Completely destroyed. We were importing sugar in those days from Guatemala. Half of our sugar production wiped out because of their hostility towards the sugar industry. And that is pre-1992. We came back. We nurtured the sugar industry and restored it to its glory days. And there were challenges. We have never been shy about saying that. We built the sugar industry back to producing 330,000 tons of sugar. We achieved back the peak production of 330,000 tons. We went through a period of the loss of the preferential market in Europe. We made adjustments to the industry and it was difficult. And the reality is the cost of production of sugar in Guyana is high. But sugar is so germane and fundamental and intrinsically and inextricably linked to the well-being of entire communities in Guyana that we said we will ensure that we manage the sugar industry to bring it to a point of viability and ultimately to a point of competitiveness. They come year after year and attack us for providing support to the sugar industry.
But now they want to expand Daisuko.
And then, in keeping with their want, as they say, sir, they come here and say, because once again they want to mislead the sugar workers. Mr. Vince Roy Jordan now says, we will, what was it? Resuscitate, not resuscitate. Revive. We will revive the sugar industry.
Because they can.
Sir, the sugar workers know better. And they don't have to go back to 1991 to know better. They know better. You promised them the same thing. You promised them, was it 40% salary increase? You promised them a huge salary increase in 2015, and then you came in and closed the industry down, closed down estates, wantonly and randomly. You come here now, once again, with promises being plucked out of thin air, as if you believe that the Guyanese people are gullible. As if you believe that the Guyanese people are gullible. There are children of sugar workers watching you. Like Honorable Member Suresh, who shared his personal experience when his father was terminated. There are children of sugar workers watching you. They know what happened to their parents. When you made a false promise, you came into government and you betrayed that promise. They're watching you. They come out, not learning from their previous experience. They come again and make all sorts of promises. Mr. Speaker, the same with rice. Mr. Speaker, they spent from 1970 to 1991, 1992, hardly ever achieving 150,000 tons of rice, struggling. Every single economic chart, I've plotted it, Mr. Speaker. If you look at rice production, limping along under the 200,000 mark for 2 decades, from 1970, 1980, 1990, limping along below 200,000. Mr. Speaker, when we came in 1991, rice production, sir, was barely 200,000, less than 200,000 or thereabouts. Mr. Speaker, by the time we left office in 2015, we were producing in excess of 600,000 tons of rice. Today, we are producing in excess of 700,000 tons of rice, the highest production ever. It doesn't matter which industry you look at. Bauxite, they destroy the bauxite, and no matter how you twist it and turn it, they love bauxite workers. They sat back and look at Rusal, chased out of Guyana. 1,000 bauxite workers put out of work. Their families put on the breadline, but they will come and tell you they love bauxite workers. They will go and say they love bauxite workers, they love the people of Linden, they love the people of New Amsterdam, they love the people of Kokwani and Aichuni. Sat back and watched Rusal and instigated and were complicit in the forcing out of Rusal, an international investor that we worked hard to bring and keep in Guyana, forced out Rusal, closing down the bauxite operations in the Berbice River and putting 1,000 direct employees. Not to mention all of the indirect people who were affected, transportation providers, boat owners, boat captains, suppliers of materials, putting all of these people out of work. But they come again now, Mr. Speaker, and they claim to love bauxite workers.
That's what happened in the 80s too. 2,000 people fired.
Sir, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter which economic indicator you look at. They claim they love public servants. Sir, in 1981, the public service minimum wage was the equivalent of $96 US. For the young people watching there, and many of you have parents out there, and many of you have parents who are public servants, policemen, teachers, etc. In 1981, the public service minimum wage was the equivalent of $96 US. Sir, by 1992, it was the equivalent of $25 US. In 1 decade under the PNC, from 1981 to 1992, the public service minimum wage was wiped out from being the equivalent of $96 US to $25 US. Sir, public servants were pauperized by the PNC. Well-educated, committed and hard-working public servants were pauperized. Public servants had to moonlight as traders. Teachers, nurses had to moonlight as traders, being disrespected across the Caribbean. Going to Trinidad and Barbados with some big polythene bags to see what they could buy to bring back to sell, to supplement their incomes. Sometimes sleeping at the airport, because obviously if you're going to, you scrape up a couple dollars, you buy a couple dollars, you go to Trinidad, Barbados, because everything was banned, or nothing was being imported, you scrape up a couple of dollars, you go to see where you could buy and bring it back to sell it on the black market. Obviously, you ain't got money to stay at no hotel or no guest house. You ain't got no family there. Sleeping at the airport. Why you think Guyanese people were disrespected at airports across the Caribbean? Why you think Guyanese women were disrespected at airports across the Caribbean, in Trinidad and Tobago, in Barbados? We have to be frank, and we have to tell this history. There was a Guyana bench in Barbados, and I mean, we have the best of relations with Barbados now, and we have always had the best of relations with Barbados as a country and as a party. In Trinidad and Tobago, the same thing. And ordinary passengers, you go there, and the traders would come up and see if you can, sir, boss man, you can't help me carry this bag?
Check in this for me.
Check in this for me.
I used to help folks.
The bishop, who had the privilege of traveling in those days, most people couldn't afford, but the church, being a prominent member of the church and a leader of the church, he had the privilege of, in performing his responsibilities in the Christian ministry, he used to travel. He used to be approached by a big man, check in this bag for me now. In there, honorable member, you remember those days? Or you too young to remember those days? In that one, we believe that you're too young to remember them days. It's all right. I wouldn't put you on the spot. PM, you were in the military. You go and you're in the check-in line in Trinidad and Barbados. And ordinary Guyanese women, public servants, teachers, nurses, sometimes they take sick leave from their job to go and do a hustle. And they got a bag, the polythene bag, you know the polythene bag. And they're begging you, help me check in this bag now. Because they can't pay for the bag. Can't afford to pay the overweight. So if they see you come with one suitcase, they expect, well, you could check in too. Check in this one for me now. Ordinary Guyanese people, parents of today's generation, proud and well-educated people, were reduced to paupers and beggars thanks to the PNC. And mind you, they had an opportunity to return to government in 2015, and in no time at all were putting our country back on the same path. Back on the same path. Not learning a single thing. Not having learned a single thing. The budget speech got a big appendix about how heavy they're taxing you. And then they come in and make a big deal that they ask Ashley Singh for listing 200 taxes. Is there the back of your own budget speech? Their big trump card. We have asked Ashley Singh to list the 200 taxes. I must list what they in your own budget speech. Go read it. Mr. Speaker, today, the public service minimum wage, mind you, I said in 1992, it was the equivalent of $25 US. Today, sir, it is more than $490 US and rising. And our president, at the end of this year, no public sector employee will be working for less than $100,000. And that was achieved despite 5 years of APNU dictatorship from 2015 to 2020. Sir, but they have this, you see, APNU style, APNU, and whatever they, you know, the AFC, whatever, they're all PNC anyhow. They're all PNC anyhow. Sir, the PNC style, whether, like I said, there's a subset, AFC is really a subset of the PNC. So they have this style of coming here with a lot of fancy talk, right, or going out there on social media with a lot of fancy talk, thinking that they can fool the Guyanese people. So, for example, Mr. Speaker, I presented this budget, if I'm not, I think it was January 17th. I presented this budget on January 17th, 2025. Mr. Speaker, 1 week before that, just after or shortly after, I announced, a few days after I believe I announced the budget date, the leader of that PNC faction that calls itself the AFC, the leader, Mr. Nigel Hughes, and I'm quoting here from him, in a social media post dated January 10th, 8:51 p.m., having heard that we'll be presenting the budget, he made a social media post.
Was it AI written?
Well, I don't know if it was AI written. I haven't put it in the AI machine to see if it, to back out if it's 87 or 97 or 100% AI written. But you could put it in the machine to see. So, he writes, you know, they have this air of intellectual superiority. So here what he writes. Some of the AFC's proposals for the 2025 budget. The budget must be located within the following fiscal rule, which should be enshrined in legislation. Full stop.
I thought you're supposed to get a colon.
Well, he did not put a colon, but anyhow, full stop. And he then articulates this rule. The non-oil primary deficit as a share of non-oil GDP should expand only by the sum of oil revenues withdrawn from the NRF and foreign borrowing. Let me read that again. I will read it again slowly. The budget must be located within the following fiscal rule, which should be enshrined in legislation. The non-oil primary deficit as a share of non-oil GDP. So the non-oil primary deficit as a share of non-oil GDP should expand, the deficit, the non-oil deficit, the non-oil primary deficit should expand only by the sum of oil revenues withdrawn from the NRF and foreign borrowing. Now on the surface, a lot of people out there might look at this and say, wow, this man bright bad. This man bright bad, right? Right? It's understandable, right? I mean, this is heavy stuff. This is heavy stuff, right? I mean, I don't claim to have gone too far in high school, right? So this is heavy stuff.
You have a PhD.
This is heavy stuff, right? So anybody reading this, the innocent bystander reading this, might think, wow, this man bright bad, this is the man to lead Guyana. Bright. Sir, let me don't come to any of he MPs. I am challenging him to explain this publicly. I am challenging him to explain, not by doing a PowerPoint slide that he can get one of the geniuses within APNU to do and then post it on Facebook. I am challenging him to go with an unwritten script, unprompted, to go on any camera without a script in front of him or in front of any live crowd and explain what he's saying there. But sir, having read this, I said, man, wonder we me. I struggle to understand it. Like I said, I mean, I know what I know and I know what I don't know. I know my own limitations. So I read in this thing and I trying to figure out what is man really saying here. But then I said to myself, look, this man got MPs in Parliament. I am sure that they will illuminate for the uneducated amongst us, myself included. I am sure that his MPs will explain what he meant here. So I sat for 1 week. I sat for 1 week, waiting for one of them, any of them, the chief economic spokesperson, the honorable member Jurita Finance, all the way down to all the way down to the leader of the opposition. Honorable leader of the opposition in the House. Outside of the House, there are some who might call him the little leaguer. I listened to every one of their MPs, sir. From Jurita Finance, honorable member, to Mr. Aubrey Norton. This proposal from the leader of the AFC never saw the light of day. It never saw the light of day. Not one of them even mentioned it. Now, this is the big framework, right? This is the big words, right? Fancy words. You know, there's another guy in his word. I ain't talking about the turtle no more. You know, there's a kerfuffle. You know when you want kerfuffle people? Big fancy words there, but fiscal rule. Here now, from Jurita Finance to Aubrey Norton. And everybody in between, including Jermaine. Jermaine, you know about this rule? You know about this rule? Or Jai? Right? Or Mahipal? Devin Sayers supposed to be an AFC man. He come here and he jump all over and he dance all over in his speech. He didn't tell me back about his leader's fiscal rule. And I was hoping somebody on the side would explain it for me.
That's out of curiosity.
Pure, I wanted to be educated.
Yes.
I genuinely wanted to be educated. I wanted to understand what is it that he's proposing here. Sir, not one of it. Apparently, they read it and they put it where it belongs. Right in the garbage bin. Because none of his MPs, not one of them, this is the big budget must be located within the fiscal rule that their leader. And I understand he wants to replace Mr. Norton as presidential candidate. Sir, none of his MPs came and made even passing reference to his grand fiscal rule. Not one. Well, sir, not one. None of them. But I'm giving them a chance. Like I said, let it come back any other time and explain it here.
They got a press conference tomorrow.
Right? Not one of them came back. I don't know if they had a rethink after the 10th of January and they decided we're abandoning the leader's fiscal rule. I don't know what happened, but we never heard back about it, sir. Sir, he posted back a lot of other stuff after that. Right? He posted back some Venn diagrams, some chart. They had a big chart. And here the big pronouncement in this big chart. He gets somebody for draw a diagram and he posts this diagram on Facebook. Here the big pronouncement. Oil GDP plus non-oil GDP equals overall GDP. It's up on Facebook, check it. I don't really follow Facebook and social media, all right? It's up on Facebook, check it. Somebody had to show it to me. I didn't even realize, I don't follow them stupidness, right? Profound. Fancy words. You think to yourself, man, these are the intelligentsia, you know. These are the intellectual sophisticates. In Ghana, when they talk, the words, the vocabulary, the accent. You find it? Look, Charles got it. Look, Honorable Minister Ramson has the diagram.
Yes.
You have the diagram there. You see the big pronouncement? Oil GDP plus non-oil GDP equals overall GDP.
I'm going to share it in the group, man. I'll share it with the speaker.
Sir, when they speak with the big words and the fancy accent, you think to yourself, man, these people bright bad. You think to yourself, these people bright bad. This time, guess what? It's a load of malarkey. A load of malarkey. Sir, over the course of the past, from the time we announced the budget, I ain't getting into the 32 and 33 story again, right? Sir, over the course of the days that have elapsed since we announced the budget date, APNU, well, they don't brand themselves APNU AFC. They have been preparing some banners that are branded PNCR APNU. So I saw several banners here, PNCR APNU. I don't know if they have, what decisions have been made and about the life support machine and who on life support and who not on life support. But I saw several banners headed up PNCR APNU. One is here, announcing their proposals, what they will do. So they announced for, and I was doubtful whether these things were genuine. I don't really, like I said, I don't really follow social media too close. I don't really know what's going on. So I was skeptical when somebody said to me, they brought this to my attention and they said, well, this is what APNU saying out there. I said, am I sure this thing genuine? So they had several proposals. But I subsequently came to discover that they are genuine, these proposals, because I heard them repeat the proposals in this house. So for example, the chairman is, what's his name? Is Honorable Sherwin Holder is his name. I think he's the chairman of the PNC. Is he still the chairman of the PNC? So he's the chairman of the PNC, no less. In his speech, he repeated their proposals. That was a 90-day plan, right? Good. 90-day plan. So he listed, they're doing it faster now. They're moving quick. It's not 100 no more.
They could have completed in the 5 years. But now they move from the 100 to the 90.
Sir, they repeated. So first of all, sir, Mr. Speaker, tax-free, mind you, this is what they will do in their first 90 days in government. Sir, $400,000 per month tax-free threshold. Right? Sir, cash grants, regular, guaranteed. Over $100,000 per month. Cash plus benefits for households. And not satisfied there, $100,000 hard cash, not ordinary cash.
Hard cash.
Not soft cash.
Not ordinary cash. Hard cash. Yeah, I read in, Mr. Speaker. I read in the people's own words.
Hard cash government.
Cash grant. Apart from the $100,000 per month for households, $100,000 hard cash. And they couldn't really make up their mind how frequently. So here what they say, once or twice a year.
That's how hard it's hard. It's hard to come by.
Here, I read in the thing, look, I'm holding the thing up here, if the camera can zoom in there, right? $100,000 hard cash, once or twice a year for adults. Here now, to be increased.
Hardly.
Then the next one, PNCR APNU will invest over $25 billion yearly in the University of Guyana. A whole sorts of things here, man, to let the citizens pursue their aspirations, etc., etc. Student stipend, $50,000 per month to students attending UG and technical institutes such as GTI, NATI, ETI. This stipend is intended to raise student attendance and motivation. Sir, free university and tertiary education for all. Apparently not noticing that we have already done that. Plus $50,000 stipend per month. Sir, subsidies for water and electricity. It sounds familiar? Subsidies for electricity and water. Free electricity up to $10,000 a month. Free water. The same jokers that put VAT on electricity and water couple years ago. Coming back now, thinking that the Guyanese people stupid. Coming back now for tell you, we're giving it to you free now. Free electricity up to $10,000 per month and free water up to $5,000 per month. And then they slip in a piece there. Cheap cooking gas. It's here. It's here. Cheap cooking gas. I read in, right? Old age pension.
Cheap as in quality is cheap?
You know. You know the thing, and I selling it just how I buy it. I read in what the people write. Old age pension. $100,000 per month in our first year in office. Remember last time they promised for double it immediately?
Yes, yes.
In our first year in office, $100,000 per month.
Same trick, just bigger.
You're right, same trick but bigger. Coming back to the trick though. Salary increase, up to 35% in our first year in office. Man, they're on a roll. Here now. They're on a roll. Well, hear this thing, right? Mr. Speaker, we have more than 100% mobile telephone penetration in Guyana. We got more mobile phone subscribers in Guyana than we do people, because a lot of people have 2 cell phones, right? So if you take all the telephone companies together, we have more mobile phones out there than we have people. A lot of people got 2, like I said. So and most of these phones are smartphones. Most of these phones can add and subtract. They got calculator on it, right? No, you turn it sideways. Turn it sideways and you get a scientific calculator. So everybody got a pocket calculator in their pocket. Everybody. So you can calculate. Most of these measures, you can calculate what they will cost. Some are a little bit more difficult to calculate than others. Some, you need a little bit inside knowledge to calculate. So I did a back of the envelope calculation. You can't calculate cheap gas. Right? That's a little rough. I can't calculate it. But I did a back of the envelope calculation that I want, Mr. Speaker, to take the Guyanese people, because there are a lot of people who at one point or another will be watching this. And Guyana is full. We continue to have some of the smartest people in the world. Guyanese people are smart people. You can't pull wool over their eyes. We have always been, even in the worst PNC years, reasonably well-educated people, right? So, sir, I will share with you a few back-of-the-envelope calculations of their own measures. Now, the tax-free threshold of $400,000 monthly, most people out there may not be able to calculate that, but we have calculated that in the Ministry of Finance. And I want you to keep a tab here. That measure will cost, and it's very easy because you could look at how much the threshold adjustment will cost us. We have, of course, increased the threshold from 100 to 130, and we told you how much that would cost. So you could easily extrapolate. It's not quite as simple, but you could do a rough extrapolation. Sir, increasing the threshold to $400,000 monthly in the first year in office, we have estimated will cost about 34 billion Guyana dollars. The 100,000 hard cash, once or twice a year for adults. Let us work with an estimate of 600,000 adults, which is what we are working with for our cash grant. Right?
600,000 persons.
600,000, let's work with 600,000 persons, 600,000 beneficiaries.
That's 60 billion.
That's 60 billion a year. If you go with the or twice,
the twice is 120.
that's 120 billion. So we're now at 34 plus 120, $154 billion. Making UG tuition fee, etc., they tell we how much they're going to put in. They said 25 billion. So take the number and add it on. Yes, Indara, see you pull out your calculator there. 34 plus 120 plus 25. Sir, paying $50,000 a month to students attending UG and technical institutes. Let us work with 11,000 students at UG and 3,000 students at the technical institutes. That is 14,000. 14,000 times 50,000 a month with 12 months in the year, $8.4 billion. In there, stop me if I go wrong. 8.4 billion. Add that. Sir, for UG students, they said they were going to reimburse all loans and cash payments and reimburse everybody who had paid fees, etc., etc. Graduates will reimburse loans and write off loans, cash payments, etc., with 5-year proof of work. Let me assume $1 billion. Add on another $1 billion. Subsidies for water, free water for up to $5,000 a month. You could do a rough calculation if you work with maybe 250, 300,000 households, 5,000 a month times 12, you end up with about $11 billion there. Free electricity up to $10,000 a month. Again, $10,000 a month times 12 months, you work with roughly 230, 250,000, you end up with roughly, our estimates, $27.6 billion. Old age pension, $100,000 monthly. We have, let's say, about 75,000 old age pensions, 76,000 old age pensions, roughly. 100,000 per month times 12, multiplied by 76,000, that is $91.2 billion. Right? $91.2 billion. Good. Salary increase. If we work with the 2024 wage bill, you slap on the 35% what they said they're going to put on under, your wage bill gone up by $73.5 billion to $283.5 billion. A raise in the minimum wage to $200,000 per month, that is going to cost you roughly about $43.2 billion. Another $20 billion for direct cost of living measures that they said they would do, $20 billion. They give you the number. They said they would put another $3 billion to the Small Business Bureau. I didn't list all of the measures there. They said they're going to put another $3 billion to small businesses, put another $3 billion. They said they're going to put $50 billion to a development bank with a focus on improving productivity, etc. So put another $50 billion. They said they will allocate $100 billion for the rent-to-own program. You remember the rent-to-own program? Whatever they want to call it, that's another $100 billion. They say they will support GPL for the maintenance and upgrade of the grid, and they gave us the number for that, $200 billion they said they're putting in there. $200 billion. And then they said job seekers to benefit, $40,000 monthly. Let's estimate maybe about 10% of the adult population. Roughly, we work with maybe 60,000, 50, 60,000 persons benefiting from $40,000 monthly, 40,000 times 12, times 60,000. I'm advised that that comes out to roughly about $28.8 billion. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, those measures come up to how much? $799. You get $763. I may have glossed over some very quickly. Maybe our assumptions differ a little bit. And there say he gets $766. Mr. Speaker, our estimate, and I challenge them to say that these things will cost differently from what we have estimated. Those measures alone will cost, the incremental impact will be $799 billion, almost $1 trillion. The fictitious, fictional, imaginary measures that they have announced, the whimsical and fanciful dream that they've been painting, the delusion that they're living, the malarkey. that they've been spinning. Those measures alone, mind you, they ain't built a school yet. They ain't done none of them schools that Minister Manichan is building. They ain't built a single hospital yet. They ain't put a single Panadol. They like talking about Panadol in the hospital. They ain't put a single Panadol in the hospital yet, or a single X-ray machine yet. They haven't sunk a single well yet, and they don't spend nearly $1 trillion. They ain't open a single housing scheme or allocate a single house lot yet.
What about the community ground?
And they have already spent. They ain't level a single community ground. They ain't put a single fence or a single light in a community ground anywhere. And they already spent $800 billion. Own hard cash. Hard cash. Hard cash. Not ordinary cash, right? Not ordinary cash. Hard cash. They already spent $800 billion in their measures. Nearly $1 trillion. Nearly $1 trillion. Over 800 billion, nearly $1 trillion. And anybody at home, don't take my numbers. I don't want you to take my numbers. I want you to go and see what they promise you and pull out your pocket calculator and calculate it for yourself. Calculate it for yourself. These things that they are promising you alone will cost nearly $1 trillion. Mind you, that is the whole budget, correct? Correct, Honorable Member Suresh Singh. And like I said, that is before a single bottle of Panadol or vial of Panadol buy. That's before any drugs and medical supplies for our hospitals, much less any hospitals, any police station, any school, any ground. That is before any shelter for vulnerable people.
Any road, any bridge.
Any road, any bridge. I ain't talking about no cash run. That's before. Oh yes, I didn't come because we care. That's before $1 trillion done. Jermaine, honorable member, when you go home, you calculate these numbers yourself and ask yourself if your leaders are not setting you up to look stupid.
For 1 year, we have a wonderful time.
Ask yourself if your leaders are not setting you up to look stupid. The reality, Mr. Speaker, is that they hold the Guyanese people in grave contempt. They hold the Guyanese people in contempt. They believe up to now, they believe that they can come and spin any yarn. They can spin any tale. They can tell any story. They can make any promise. And they believe you will believe it. The Guyanese people believe it and go and vote for them. But guess what? They may have been able to pull that off in 2015 because there was a whole generation of Guyanese people who had forgotten them from their pre-1992 ways, but they gave the Guyanese people a very timely reminder of their true nature. So today's generation, all of whom have their pocket calculators in their pockets, all of whom have access to social media, can calculate this stuff for themselves. They can calculate this stuff for themselves, and they know that it's all rubbish.
The three-card trick.
They know it's all a load of malarkey, and I'm using the word malarkey because I can't use the real word I want to use. I can't use the real word I want to use, Mr. Speaker. It's paying due deference to the authority of your chair, sir. You know I'm always respectful of your chair, as I should. So we have to understand what we're dealing with here. And in Budget 2025, I said it. I said 2025 is an election year. And they will come with all manner of criticisms, almost all of which are completely baseless and unjustifiable. But we listen keenly, because where there are things that they say that we need to correct, we listen. And we correct them. We don't necessarily, out of the 100 things that we do, we perhaps will get 90 right. The other 10 perhaps don't get done as quickly or as well as we would like to. And we fix them. Because that is what a truly listening government does. They have not heard a single word from the Guyanese people since 1992. They still believe it's okay to justify rigging. It's okay to justify, as they came here. What did the Honorable Cathy Hughes came here and said, what is this thing about rigging? There has been a GCOM and something, as though she's living in a parallel universe.
This is the Russian.
As though she's living in a parallel universe. The Guyanese people saw you trying to steal the election. They saw you trying to steal the election. The world saw you trying to steal the election. And you're coming here. You're coming here and still trying to debate about whether you made an attempt to rig the 2020 elections. Mr. Speaker, we are justifiably proud of what we have delivered to the Guyanese people over the last 5 years. We did not make the biggest promises in 2020. We sat down, we consulted with everybody. There was a massive consultation on the East Bank at Providence there at the big New Thriving room there, with every stakeholder. We sat down with every stakeholder there, brought everybody in the room, said, what would you like from a government? We listened to them. We wrote a manifesto, and we said, if you elect us back into government, this is what we will deliver. And guess what, Mr. Speaker? We have delivered. We have delivered. And we have delivered in advance of time. Whether we look at the schools that we've built, whether we look at the hospitals that we have built and are building, and the health centers and the telemedicine centers, or in the case of the schools, the smart classrooms, whether we look at the wells that we've been drilling and the water distribution systems that we've been installing throughout the hinterland to bring water to communities that never had water, or the more than 30,000 solar panels that we have delivered to communities that are not connected to the grid and are too far away to be connected to the grid, we have delivered. But we're not satisfied, sir. We're not satisfied, because we will continue to deliver, we will continue to outperform every single commitment that we've given, and in our next term of office, we will continue to deliver in every single sector. They jump up and they say, what does the budget have? What does the budget have for the Guyanese? Budget has nothing for the Guyanese people. Sir, every single taxpayer will benefit from the increase in the threshold. And I will repeat, we have doubled the income tax threshold in one term of office from $65,000 to $130,000 a month. We have doubled the income tax threshold. We have lowered the tax rates from 28 and 40 to 25 and 35. We have given additional deductions in the form of, first of all, the mortgage interest relief, which they vindictively cut. We have doubled it back. We have given additional deductions from your taxable income for medical and life insurance. We have given an additional deduction for the number of children that you have. We have given now an additional deduction if you are working for overtime, and we have given additional deduction for if you have a second job. Incentivizing effort and hard work, not disparaging hard work. Mr. Speaker, anybody who has come from a responsible home would have had their parents instill in them the virtues of hard work. Any responsible leader has an obligation to advocate the virtues of good, honest, hard work. The APNU AFC comes here and disparages honest, hard work. We have incentivized effort and hard work by all of those additional deductions from your taxable income that we've introduced. Every single Guyanese person will benefit, can benefit, and has the potential to benefit from those measures. Every single old age pensioner will benefit from the fact that we have doubled the old age pension from $20,500 to $41,000 a month, a commitment that we gave, a commitment that they gave and failed to deliver, and that we have delivered. And the list goes on. Every single child that is born will see their mother receiving a grant, a baby bonus, as some are calling it, for the first time in the history of our country. Guyanese mothers giving birth to a baby in Guyana will get a baby bonus or a grant of $100,000 for the first time in the history of our country. Never before. Never before. They say the budget has nothing for anybody. Tell that to the young Amerindian boys and girls who will be going to school, brand new schools in Kopinang, in Maikobi, in Monkey Mountain, when Honorable Priya Manikchan goes there to open those schools. Tell that to those children. Tell that to the children, the patients who will be going to the hospitals. In Keto, in Letem, in Region 1. Tell the people in Barabina, in Botero, Kanzil, Savannah, Blackwater, that the new health posts that they will have, that the budget has nothing for them. Tell all of the people who will benefit from the telemedicine in the previous, the good old glorious, well, the glory days, you didn't even have a health hot there. Today you can go in your health center in the most remote community in Guyana, and telemedicine allows you to be diagnosed by specialists living in Georgetown. They don't understand the value of that because they live in their little cocoon, their little bubble. The glory days, when the Honorable Cathy Hughes talks about the glory days, when she went to school. Removed from reality, removed from the reality of the ordinary Guyanese person. The universal health voucher. And the list goes on. I could keep going on and on. The budget has nothing. They keep saying the budget has nothing for anybody. Tell that to the 40,000 people who have benefited and will benefit from one of our 85 new and existing housing schemes that we've been expanding and building, including number 75 Village in the quarantine, LBI, Cummings Lodge, Charity, Letem, even in Region 9. Or the 25,000 persons who will be able to get a letter allocating a house lot to them as a result of our ramped up housing program in 2025. But they come here and say they pretend to understand and be able to relate to the Guyanese population. It's easy for the likes of the frontbenchers of the APA and UAFC.
Lots for themselves.
That's correct. They were only interested in collecting house lots for themselves.
22 out of 32 collect.
That's correct.
For themselves.
We will ensure that another 25,000 people get their allocation letters in 2025. Honorable Figueira, you understand why you are sitting on that side of the house? Not only did they abandon the Guyanese people, they have abandoned you today. You and young Jai Prasad, honorable member. The sports.
5 stadiums.
The 5 stadiums, the special training programs that we'll have, the coaches, etc., that we will have, that we'll be bringing. The hard surfaces that we'll be building for people to play basketball in every single community. School. The coaches that we'll be putting in those communities, they don't understand the value, sir, of those things. They don't understand. The multi-purpose centers that we're building, that young people will go and practice their sports and be able to achieve. Some will just get fit. Some will achieve competitive level. And who knows, some may even become international stars as a result of these investments that we're making. They don't understand, sir. They don't understand, sir, the AP and UF, the value of those things. Because their speciality, Their speciality, sir, is in making grand and lofty promises. Big words, fancy sounding pseudo-intellectualism. They love that. Like the fiscal rule. They love the pseudo-intellectualism. They specialize in pseudo-intellectualism, sounding. You heard Mr. Norton with his big words and his all sorts of plan and policy and green paper, confusing people about green paper, white paper, plan. His solution you heard what his solution was? He announced so proud, we will update the national youth policy.
Oh, wow.
You talking to the young people of Guyana. You talking to the young people of Guyana and you telling them, I made a note of some of these things here, man. I'm sorry. Right? We will update the national youth policy. Sir, I don't know if I heard correctly.
That was his job in the last government.
He said, we will commission a study on the housing needs of the country.
Well, it's true to form, though. That's true to form. That's full up the West.
We will commission a study on the housing needs. Mr. Speaker, the people want their house lot. The people want their house lot. Right? You ask any Guyanese person who does not own a home, they want their house lot. That's what they want.
You need no study to tell you that.
He doing a study. So, Mr. Speaker, they specialize in these pseudo-intellectualisms, these pretensions and delusions of grandeur. You like that, PM? They specialize in pretensions and delusions of grandeur. Big words, fancy language, fancy accent, big policy paper, green paper. And so that is what they specialize and study. You heard him, they want a data-driven approach and they want this study and that study. And scientific was the word, scientific.
But I'm thinking, if this study says, that is it?
Then perhaps, well,
Just like don't shut down the sugar estate.
Mr. Speaker, let me say this.
Accept hard cash and cheap gas.
Mr. Speaker, let me say this. But let me put this very simply. Let APNU AFC continue to promise, and in particular continue as they have always been doing, continue to promise things that they neither can nor intend to deliver. They haven't changed. They haven't changed and they haven't learned, and I suspect they're not capable of learning. Let them continue to promise things that they are neither capable of delivering, nor do they have any intention of delivering. They can continue. We in the People's Progressive Party will continue to deliver to the Guyanese people. And Budget 2025 represents this latest installment in our continued delivery to the Guyanese people. And we will continue to deliver. We will execute Budget 2025. We will win the election later in 2025. He can pump us out and puff up his chest and talk about next government, next government. Next government for APNU coming 2 generations from now. We will deliver, we will execute, we will deliver Budget 2025. We will win the election later in 2025. And we will continue to and long beyond 2030. Long live the People's Progressive Party and its delivery to the Guyanese people. Long live Guyana. Long live the Guyanese people, my Guyanese brothers and sisters. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I have great pleasure, sir, once again, I have great pleasure in thanking all who contributed to this debate, including my colleagues on that side of the House, for once again. In particular, my colleagues on this side of the House for articulating as effectively as they did our program, and my our colleagues on that side of the House for displaying once again why they are on that side of the House in the opposition benches, and why that is precisely where they belong, and why that is where they will be remaining for a very, very long time to come. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister Dr. Singh. Honourable members, the general debate on the budget has concluded. Before we adjourn, we will need to consider and dispose of the report of the Business Subcommittee of the Committee of Supply. And this is on the allocation of the time for consideration of the 2025 estimates of expenditure. So we will have to go into Committee of Supply for this purpose. The Assembly is in Committee of Supply. Honourable members, I wish to report that the Business Subcommittee of the Committee of Supply met yesterday, Wednesday the 29th of January, and considered the allocation of time for the consideration of these estimates. The subcommittee passed a resolution on the matter. Copies of the subcommittee's minutes, resolutions, and schedule have been circulated. Honorable Senior Minister in the Office of the President with responsibility for finance and the public service will now move the necessary motion.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Committee of Supply has met and considered the matter of the schedule for the consideration of the national estimates. I believe that schedule, sir, has been circulated, and I now, Mr. Chairman, I now propose that this committee doth agree with the Business Subcommittee in the said resolution. That is to say, the resolution to approve the draft schedule for consideration of the estimates. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much, Minister. The question is that the Committee of Supply agree with the Business Subcommittee in its resolution. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The motion is carried. Honourable members, the Committee of Supply has allocated 4 days for the consideration of the estimates. Consideration will begin tomorrow, Friday the 31st of January at 10 a.m. and will continue thereafter on Monday, February 3rd at 10, Tuesday, February 4th at 10, and on Wednesday, the 5th of February, also at 10, and the 5th of February being the last day. This is in accordance with the resolution. Just to note that tomorrow we'll start with the Ministry of Agriculture, and the constitutional agencies which we normally begin with will be taken on Monday. Instead of the 13 or 14 constitutional agencies, each being allocated 10 minutes, there is a block figure of 2.5 hours for all of the constitutional agencies. So we'll take them one after the other, but only 2.5 hours allocated. That is the major, or those are the major changes. Let the Assembly resume. Honourable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask that the decision of today's Assembly be adjourned and until Friday, the 31st of January 2025 at 10 a.m. That is tomorrow.
Honorable members, we adjourn until 10 a.m. tomorrow. Have a safe trip home.
We are a peaceful people. Struggle is with struggle, and we don't look for trouble. Just ask around. But when outside faces from foreign places talk about taking over, we ain't backing down. We ain't giving up no mountains, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karage, not a blade of grass. This land is all I know. We gonna make it somehow. We will bend like a bow and never break. Our fathers came here, and they lived and died here, and we ain't moving nowhere. Make no mistake, 'cause we ain't giving up no mountain, we ain't giving up no tree, we ain't giving up no river that belongs to we. Not one blue sake, not one rice grain, not one karage, not a blade of grass. We love the open country of the Rupununi and the Essequibo, the time when I though we may criticize